So, welcome to Healing the Inner Elf through Trance, Dance, and Diet. If you think you're in the wrong room, check your program. Let's see. There's some propagandizing to do in no particular order. This is just my schedule for the next year, fairly set, in case you want to avoid this kind of encounter again in the calendar year. This will help you coordinate that. I think there's an event in there where it says it's one or two things, and it's not the Angels and Archetypes in LA, it's the other event in New York City. So scratch out the Aliens event, and it's in New York City, that thing, that weekend. And then, finally, the desperate need to make a living overwhelmed my commitment to good taste, and so, like so many others, I will lead a trip to Egypt in December. Hey, listen, you too could be forced to these kinds of desperate measures. And the only way to make it bearable is to insulate oneself with one's friends so that you don't have to have anything to do with the other people on these tours. So, we can suffer together, folks, if you want to pony up several $1,000s. I don't think they'll invite me back if they have anyone here listening to my pitch. Okay, maybe the rest. Oh, and the optional cruise up the Nile. I'll be there too. So it's 2 weeks of incredible fun. There'll be a come as you were party on the third night of the cruise. So enough poking fun at our colleagues at their expense. Finally, there is a book out. Those of you if you've ever wanted to buy a Terence McKenna book and have been frustrated because you didn't want to grow psychedelic mushrooms in your kitchen, which was the only other book around, you can now purchase this book. However, only in the Esalen bookstore, because it can't legally be sold till the 17th of February. So the Esalen bookstore made a special deal with Bantam and got a couple of cases of it for this weekend. So you could actually be the first person on your block. The title is Food of the Gods, not Why Eve Was Right, which is what I wanted, but you learn your place in the hierarchy of being when you work with Bantam books. But seriously, this is my best shot at making a rational argument, sort of, based on archaeology, history, and so forth, for the importance of psychedelics in culture and in the present situation, and for a need to rethink cultural and legal attitudes toward these things. So that's in the mix. And that's, I think I'll save the rest of this paper for tomorrow morning.
What happened to the Harper's book that is going to be released the first?
Aha.
It's not in the stores yet.
Fans of internecine publishing struggles. What happened was the two publishers decided, some faster than others, that it would be better if the Bantam book came out first. So the Bantam book is out. And the question refers to a second book called The Archaic Revival, which will be out in May, and which will in no way duplicate this. They're completely different books, but there was a little jostling toward the finish line, and Harper's decided to let Bantam go first. After 20 years of being ignored, it was nice to see that these people were paying attention. So anyway, that's it for the gossip department. Welcome to Esalen, those of you who've never been here before. Welcome to the refurbished big house, fans of renovation who have been here before. And the best way these things work, I think, or what we've fallen into as a habit, is on this first meeting, people basically just state, if they wish to, who they are, but for my edification, what can I tell you? You know, what do you want? It's brief enough, and it will go past very quickly. So out of people stating their interests and concerns, tonight will come an agenda of topics for the rest of the weekend. And once I get going, my style is pretty much just to rave. So feel free to interrupt. Otherwise, it will just go past. And you can interrupt for clarification or to ask a question or whatever. It's very informal. It's so informal that I don't even know the name of it. Does anybody have a catalog?
A Weekend with Terence McKenna.
We finally just hurled all pretense to the wind rather than endlessly recycling. Well, we can probably fill that bill. So to my mind, the importance of these things is that everybody is self-selected to be here. And it's an extraordinarily peculiar set of concerns that fall into nexus in this situation. So we represent some kind of an affinity group. And I think it's very important for the people to get to know each other, because all kinds of relationships, arrangements, possibilities can emerge out of these meetings. Someone in this room has what you're looking for, and your problem is to figure out who, and then go from there. So to aid you, the clues emerge tonight when we go around in the circle, and everybody gets a brief chance, and for some people it will be probably their only opportunity, because some people step out of the light, to say anything you want, provided it's brief. Lack of brevity is proof of psychosis in this situation. And after all, we are in a center for psychophysical healing, so please honor that. My take on science, I might as well couch it as a comment to you, but it will come out in some other form anyway, is science is excellent at doing what it was designed to do, but it has expanded its province into all reality and seeks to pass judgment in areas where it has no real business going. It's a very limited method that achieves its claim to universality by wildly exaggerating its accomplishments. For example, science to do its work, modern science, post-Newton, depends on probability theory. But probability theory has a built-in assumption that has never been thoroughly looked at, and that is the assumption of what Newton called pure duration, meaning that science, if you describe a scientific procedure to someone, they don't ask whether you did it on a Wednesday or a Saturday. Science seeks to be time independent. And in order to do that, it has to make the assumption that time is invariant. This is just a first try with Occam's razor. In fact, in our own lives, what we experience is endless variation. In other words, it may be that the hydrogen bond, when it breaks, always breaks the same way. But love affairs, investment strategies, political campaigns, the building of empires, these things are always characterized by a kind of uniqueness. And science, by invading these domains with probabilistic conceptions, gives us the science of statistics, polling, and hands to us mythical entities like the citizen or the average white male, or, these are just absurd abstractions that are generated by a particular kind of worldview that is not really examining its first premises. So I would propose a modified definition of science that would then let it do its work in peace, which is science is the study of those phenomena which are time independent, but that in many realms of nature, a new theory to replace probability theory and flat duration is necessary. The power of probability is simply based on its success in these very, very limited domains. And now there's no way back from that. Modern science is thoroughgoingly probabilistic. If you were to try and remake, they're always raving about the new paradigm in science, and it's always usually some tiny diddling of what they've already got. If you were to really try and remake science, then you would have to replace the assumption of invariability in time with a mathematical statement about its variability. And we'll talk more about that tomorrow, because there is room for that. Science is not reason. Reason is a different domain. And I think anything which is unreasonable, ultimately unreasonable, is just patently absurd. That's why I don't feel great affinity with most of the marching hordes of the New Age, because, the fact of the matter is they don't possess any razors for separating the nuts from the berries. But nevertheless, our intellectual choices are not between the channelers of Lazarus and the American scientific establishment. There's a vast set of possibilities in between there and beyond those poles of discourse that can be worked out. Every society that's always existed has had the built-in assumption that they only needed to find out 5% more about reality, and then it would all fall into place, and that they had the right tools for doing that. And but we look back then with this great sense of superiority on the naivete of the ancient Egyptians, the ancient Greeks, the Maya, the 17th century English, everybody, we look back on their naivete. But in fact, our own cultural enterprise is obviously fraught with a peculiar illogic and childishness and naivete. We're a culture that, robs our children to create a potlatch culture in the present. And this would look fairly pathological from any cultural perspective outside our own. The thing, this is a segue, but it makes sense. The thing that I think psychedelics do that addresses this problem and many, many problems, or choke points in our ideological effort to understand what's going on, is the contribution that they make is that they dissolve boundaries. And culture, the word virtual reality was used as we went around the circle. Culture is the sanctioned virtual reality. And it is put in place by the machinery of local language, you see. And so then you're born into this circumstance, and you're told, you are a male child, you are a citizen of the United States, you are a Christian, you are a Jew, you will go to college, you will do this. And you never question. It's called the social contract. It hasn't gone unnoticed by Western philosophers. It's gone unnoticed by those of us who are its foremost victims. They try to tell you that you're in a social contract. But when you ask to see your signature on the document, they tell you that you were born into this contract. Well, what the hell kind of contract is that? It means that you were born into a kind of enslavement to a linguistically empowered paradigm of virtual reality within which you will walk around your entire life, congratulating yourself on its accomplishments and ignoring its contradictions and weaknesses. So what psychedelics do, and why they are in all times and all places such social dynamite, is they dissolve the cultural machinery. Doesn't matter. Head-shrinking Amazon native, Hasidic Jew, Chinese merchant in Singapore, whoever it is, the psychedelic dissolves their cultural construct and puts them in touch with the fact of being in organism. Being an organism is like what you get when you take off your real clothing. Not this clothing, but the clothing of language, programming, and assumption. Then you find yourself within the context of organism, outside the context of culture. And for the reason this is not a mass movement is many people hear that and they say, I know what that is. That's called being nuts. I don't want that. That sounds absolutely terrifying. Well, these are people for whom that cultural machinery is necessary armoring in an almost Reichian sense. Necessary armoring. They cannot face the world without culture because they are in fact defined by culture. Now, who are these people? These are the people, and we each to some degree imbibe in this category. These are the people whose values are set by the engines of commerce and propaganda. These are the people who dress as they are told to dress, spend as they are told to spend, believe as they are told to believe. But within every human being, there is a kind of, at least the possibility of a revulsion against this kind of anesthesia of uniqueness. Because that's what it is. You can put your uniqueness to sleep. And then, you dress Gucci and you invest with these people and you drive this car and you're correct. Because your accountants, your managers, your agents, your public, whoever, your husband, your lover, is telling you that you're correct. Definition from without means being defined by the cultural machinery. Cultures other than our own have somehow always known, perhaps because nature is such a huge force outside the Western industrial democracies, people have always known that this was a fiction, that the world of cultural values is a necessary illusion, if you will. And so they create a class of people called shamans, or seers, or magicians, or trans-ecstatics, or what have you. And these people are deputized by the cultural machinery to go beyond it. To go beyond it and to return with truth. not culturally sanctioned truth, but just truth, the felt experience of being in organism that I'm talking about. And by this process, cultures conduct their evolution, if you're an evolutionary thinker, or their random walk through time, if you're more of a phenomenologist. But whatever they're doing, we're not doing that, because the mechanisms that we have used to close off access to the beyond culture dimension have in our hands grown so strong that we have, in a sense, succeeded to the point where we've put ourselves out of business. And the people to blame for this are these wily Greeks. Because while everybody else was carving horned masks and painting themselves with cross-hatching and stuff like that, the Greeks got the idea, we'll do it differently. We will portray the surface of the naked human body in marble. What this means is that the eye rises to the surface of reality and looks around for the first time from the point of view that we would call naive realism. But what a cultural journey it took to reach naive realism, because you had to sever yourself endlessly from the intuition of a symbolic, magical, spirit-haunted universe. And the Greeks, through a series of cultural accidents, and I would say mistakes, ultimately, achieved this. And they had then an alphabet, a phonetic alphabet, which empowered a further severing of linguistic intentionality from the essence of the object intended. Because you see, a phonetic alphabet symbolizes sound. It doesn't symbolize the way something looks or its thinghood. It just symbolizes sound. And the phonetic alphabet then issued into a series of cultural styles, science, rationalism, mathematical analysis of phenomenon. I mean, this was something absolutely unheard of, and is the unique contribution of the Western mind, that, you know, people noticed that you could take a gut string and shorten it by half, and the tone would shift 1 octave, and stuff like that. And they got the idea of numerical analysis, which opened up the path into culture to the present world. Well, each of these steps into realism, and remember I said we would call it naive realism. Now that word takes on a different meaning from the context of the 20th century. It was naive. It was horribly naive. In fact, we were led down the primrose path by such simplistic notions, because what was suppressed was the invisible, messy world of the spirit and the human unconscious. This is the great tension that illuminates Greek civilization. You know, on one, I mean, take Plato as an example, because here in one thinker, these distinct strains of thought, these antithetical strains of thought are perfectly present. You have, you know, an overarching realism, a drive to categorize and to arrange in rational relationships, and you have a thoroughgoing mysticism with roots back into the Minoan religion of Crete and back into Egypt and Africa. I mean, it's really extraordinary. And that was the last moment in the Western cultural enterprise when these things were in balance. And they were not in balance in any one particular person. If you lived in that world, you probably had to pick and choose. And, you know, the skeptics were sneering at the Gnostics, who were saying secret knowledge came from an unspeakable place beyond the machinery of cosmic fate. And the skeptics just thought, baloney, what kind of talk is that? Now, we live in the consequences of this naive realism. Because like all forms of innocence, if allowed to grow beyond the proper bounds, it becomes festering, it becomes decadent, it becomes not innocence but idiocy. It turns on itself. And this is, I think, the kind of world that we're living in. Now, parallel to this, a cultural adventure of several thousand years, the rainforest peoples of the warm tropics of the world kept intact the high Paleolithic style of cultural relativism mitigated by natural magic. And what did natural magic mean? It meant these boundary-dissolving experiences with hallucinogens. Now, it isn't simply, I don't want to make it sound reductionist, it isn't simply that culture builds up structure and psychedelics dissolve structure and then conduct you into some shimmering existential realm of transcultural being. It isn't that. It's that in that shimmering transcultural realm of being, you discover new modalities, new rules. There's something there when you dissolve all the boundaries that you can. And the paradox of what is there, from the point of view of the legacy of rationalism, is what is there is an immense love and affection and intentionality waiting to engulf suffering mankind or the individual. This is what I call the mind behind nature, what people call Gaia, the mind of the planet, the organized intellecty that somehow is the mothering force that encloses the whole of planetary life. This is a real thing. And I would never have thought so had I not had experiences which forced me to consider this. I think without the experiences, that rap comes off as horribly namby-pamby. It's just, oh my God, not another one of these Gaia people, But, in fact, this is a fact of reality, which anyone who has the courage to make the proper investigations can satisfy themselves is a real object of experience. You see, I'm 45. I grew up through the 50s, and I can remember these movies where the white people get captured by the cannibals and put in the pot to be boiled, and there was always a witch doctor, right? Well, this guy just epitomized the most nightmarish forces of unbridled primitivism and ignorance imaginable. Now, this has become, or is in the act of becoming, I hope, the guiding paradigm of the culture. Because what the shaman is the person who is still, and it's men and women, the person who is still in touch with this organic intelligence that lies behind nature. Now, the puzzle behind all of this, I really don't think that there would be much of a problem if what we were dealing with was a planet with teeming oceans, teeming jungles, climaxed forests in the temperate and tropical zone, Arctic tundra, so forth and so on. The the clue that something weird is going on this planet is ourselves, obviously. I mean, we are like a fart at the opera. Everything else makes sense. We don't make sense. And the speed with which the human type emerged from the proto-hominids is unparalleled in the evolutionary history of life. Edmund O. Wilson called the doubling of the human brain in size in under 3 million years the most rapid doubling of organ size in a major animal in the entire history of life on this planet. Us. There's something weird about human beings. And so much of the explanatory machinery of culture is designed to make it go away, you see. Even something as respectable and expressive of liberal values as Darwinism is in fact an effort to explain how it's all okay. It's natural. Don't worry. It's natural. You just get mutation and you have natural selection and you have traits and these traits extend themselves. But it's a great step, to Milton, to the space shuttle, to an integrated global economy. I mean, are these the products of animal existence? The Darwinist says yes. And we tend to huddle under his umbrella because, these shit-slinging fundamentalists seem to be the only other people out there. But obviously, when you're impaled on the horns of that kind of a dilemma, there needs to be a breakthrough to a third, fourth, or fifth possibility. And what I will argue for this weekend is that something very, very peculiar adheres to the adventure of being human. And that it is not all business as usual. We are not simply an advanced chimpanzee. Neither are we the sons and daughters of the Lord God Almighty. I mean, that also seems to me a stretch and to raise certain problems not easily swept under the rug. There has to be a third possibility. And I think that when we start, as we will tomorrow, talking about the way psychedelics synergize and stabilize certain abilities within a hominid population, and the way in which then other cultural reinforcements can be built upon that, you will see at least part of the story has to do with the way in which, by being forced toward an omnivorous diet, by virtue of having to leave the canopy homeland for a bipedal existence in the grasslands, we had to undergo a huge dietary change. And part of our strangeness has to do with the evolutionary changes worked upon us by virtue of our exposing ourselves to unusually high amounts of mutagens in foods as we expanded our diet. And drugs and foods come in here. The other part of the equation, which is much more speculative and which we'll talk about tomorrow night, has to do with the notion of an attractor and of trying to look at humanness not as a mistake, a cosmic error, or as Heidegger said of man, he said we are flung into being. The idea always being that it doesn't make sense, that there's an arbitrariness to us. But I think that there's a way of analyzing process that will show that we are not only part of what is going on, an embedded part of what is going on, but that we actually represent the place where all the eggs are poured into one basket. And I'll just say a little bit about this tonight. When you look at the history of the universe, if you look with unbiased eyes, I think that what you will see is that the universe is a novelty-producing and conserving system of some sort. The early universe was so simple that when we now we're going with science here for a minute, we're asked to believe that it sprang from nothingness in a single moment, that its diameter was less than that of an electron. And then in a very short period of time, a number of very dramatic things happened. But they are all couched in terms of an expansion and cooling. From the moment the universe is born, it begins to cool. And as it cools, complexity magically crystallizes out. The original universe, there weren't even atoms because there was such high temperatures that atoms could not stabilize themselves into orbits around atomic nuclei. So there was what's called a plasma, just a soup of naked electrons. And then gradually, as the universe cooled, the simplest of all atomic systems was able to form, the hydrogen atom. And these hydrogen atoms were produced in staggering amounts, and they began to clump together. And this is tricky, but not our problem. This is a problem for science. They don't know why they clumped, because it should have all been smooth, right down to today. But it isn't. So in this clumping process, of course, great temperatures and pressures were created at the centers of these masses of hydrogen, and a novel process, therefore, could spring into existence, the process of fusion. And fusion of hydrogen in early stars cooked out heavier elements, iron, sulfur, and especially carbon. Well, after that, then you get all those molecular or atomic species, and then they can aggregate into molecular species. And then, because of the presence of 4-valent carbon, very complex molecules called polymers, which are chain molecules, can form. Some of them acquire the quality of being able to replicate. Some of them acquire the ability to enclose themselves in a membrane, and so forth and so on. And in short, the march is on toward you and I here this evening. But what's interesting to note is that each successive stage in this process happens more rapidly than the process which preceded it. So that the early universe, 10 billion years goes on, and it's all in about this star formation cookout thing. And then, planetary formation. Then once you get, and then 1 billion years, they wait for primitive prokaryotic life. And then, once it happens, the eukaryotes follow fast, and after them, the ciliated protozoas, and, it's just a moment to Madonna. Both of them. Okay, now, what science says about this process is that what we're seeing is an illusion, or that it doesn't matter. They're saying it is not a law of the universe that novelty be conserved, and that each new level of novelty proceed more quickly than the one which was its parent. And so by chopping it off like that, human history is denied any relevance in the natural order. It is not part of the natural order. And even though we think we're a secular society, our assumptions about history are straight out of Genesis. We do not think of history as a branch of biology, and which it obviously is. So what I believe is happening is an accelerating process of novelty conservation that has reached such a point now, at the close of the second millennium, that it is absurd to try to propagate the human future by fantasy centuries into the future. There is no future, because the rate of acceleration is so close to approaching infinity that no possible future can be imagined. Now, people talk about this, but they never draw the implications. You've probably seen some show on television where they say, here's the curve of human energy release, and here's the Stone Age, and here's the 16th century, and here's the 20th century, and it's headed for infinity. Okay, next slide. Here's the curve of human speed. In the 1750, people could go as fast as a horse could gallop. In 1820, the steam engine, and then the 20th, and then it goes to infinity. And they say, okay, here's the human population curve. In the year 1000, there were 400 million people on Earth. In the year 1850, and so forth, and it goes to infinity. So they don't believe it. They don't believe that the rational extrapolation of the trends visibly beheld in the present preclude the possibility of any imaginable future. Or at least I don't believe so. I believe that we're actually in the grip of a process that cannot be halted or accelerated, but which is now in a process of tightening its gyres, as William Butler Yeats said. That what we call the chaos of 20th century history is in fact the speeding up of this temporal process to the point where it is now visible within a single human lifetime. I mean, we're like mayflies or something. We're born one day and we die the next. So only the most incredibly accelerated kinds of change make any impression upon us whatsoever. I mean, mostly we say nothing happens. But in fact, in the 20th century, it's incredible. In the last 12 months, there has been more change compressed into time than in the previous 20 years. And those 20 years had more change in them than the previous 100 years. And that 100 years had more change in it than the previous 1,000 years. And that 1,000 years had more change in it than the previous 10,000 years. But science tells us this is meaningless. This is not a real, legitimate phenomenon that you're talking about. You're just lining up facts to make it appear as though there is an attractor, to make it appear as though the human historical enterprise is about to run itself into a stone wall or off a cliff or into another dimension. And this is really the question, I think. Because psychedelics are, or were once described as consciousness-expanding drugs. Phenomenological description, consciousness-expanding drugs. Well, if that's true, or if there's even the slimmest possibility that that's true, then we have to avail ourselves of these things, because consciousness is precisely what we are starving for the lack of. And history is no longer rationally apprehendable by the systems which created it. I mean, everybody who's running around gloating over what happened to Marxist-Leninism should understand that Marxist-Leninism is traceable right back to the social contract theory of Rousseau, and that Western liberalism is traceable to the same root. And the crisis of Marxism is they just died first, that's all. But all these ideologies are on the brink of a coronary thrombosis, and we're going to have to catch the falling bodies when it hits. I mean, do you think that mercantile capitalism, which extracts the environmental reserves at an ever-accelerating rate, has any future whatsoever on this planet? I mean, they're just looting the last few $100 billion worth of stuff before they announce that everybody's going to have to go on a diet that will drop your jaw, So we've come to the end of our rope. So then what do we have to do about it? Well, what we have to do is we have to look back in time and find cultural models that served in the past. And, many of you who've been here before have heard me talk about what I call the archaic revival, an effort to jerk 20th century culture 180 degrees and send it right back to the value systems of the high Paleolithic, because that's the last moment that intelligence, language, religion coexisted with nature on this planet in a less than fatal arrangement. From the moment that agriculture was invented, the die was cast. Because first of all, agriculture is a strategy for dumping a huge database, the database of the hunter-gatherer, and replacing it with a database that is important for only 5 or 6 species of plant. You then give up nomadism, which begins to concentrate your impact on the land into one place. You then plant these crops, and you have such success producing food that now moving anywhere is unthinkable. Plus, the big project after the Fall Harvest Festival is, now we have to build a wall to keep the starving people from stealing our surplus. So immediately there's us successful people and those people who weren't successful and who have different cultural values and who didn't produce a food surplus. So, we've decided we're going to sharpen sticks and kill all of them. So then you have warfare, thicker walls, retreat into cities, standing armies, defense of territory, class structure emerge, the notion of wealth as an abstraction, because wealth in an Aboriginal society is a sharpened stone, not your portfolio with your investments neatly listed, you see. So this is, just a pass over these themes. I know a lot of people came hundreds of miles and drove a long way today, and I tend to whip you with this stuff. But the idea is that the psychedelics are more than the best fun there is, which they are, more than a tool for exploring your own psyche and straightening out your own kinks, which they are. They are, in fact, the key to understanding the pathology that culture has become and the way out. I mean, there has to be a way out, and it really is this archaic revival. I mean, and if you're resisting it, think of it this way. If we don't organize the archaic revival, it will be handed to us on a platter in the form of failed agriculture because the ozone hole is screwed up, infrastructures falling apart, financial systems falling apart, the rise of fundamentalist religion. In other words, we are going to have a return to a previous historical model, and it can either be managed humanely through an honoring of the feminine, an honoring of the earth, a return to the techniques of ecstasy that characterized the high Paleolithic shamanism, or it can be handed to us in the form of shortages, famines, disease, internecine warfare, nuclear proliferation, toxic dumping, so forth and so on. But one way or another, this whole edifice put in place by the Renaissance and jacked up to high speed by the European Enlightenment and delivered into this hellish climax by mathematical analysis and the rise of global technology. I mean, remember, each of us has never seen these changes within a lifetime, and yet within the past 200 years, the world has gotten tremendously more pathological, tremendously more ill. The size of cities, the power to extract natural resources, to mine Siberia and the mountains of Chile and the interior of the Amazon and Borneo, and these unimaginable technological infrastructures have been put in place to sustain a dying patient. I mean, that's what we have here. We're on respirators. We're getting intravenous feeding. They are monitoring everything because it's not healthy. It can only be sustained through the most extraordinary and heroic means. We're taking bone marrow from the children of the future in order to keep a corpse alive. And people don't find their voice. They don't seem to know how to call a halt. You know, I mean, I listen to the politicos who aspire to leadership, and, you know, they have the same problem with the vision thing as the maximum leader of the present moment. So these are the things that we'll talk about this weekend, and you must steer me, or I will harangue. And it's not a pretty sight, I must tell you.
Are there legal ramifications, or do you have, like,
legal ramifications to this plant collection in Hawaii?
Are some of the plants regulated?
Well, this is sort of a touchy area. There's nothing that is out and out, drag them away kicking and screaming illegal, like coca or something like that.
It sounds like it would irritate the authorities nonetheless.
It may potentially be some kind of irritant to them. You would have to be a field botanist of great skill and sophistication to find anything that was a problem. There are plants that have never been, that are in some nebulous dimension illegal, but there's never been a test case of it, you see. Because one of the things that would be a rational reformation of the drug laws, and would in fact follow the lead of English common law, is to distinguish between a plant and a drug. In fact, at one point I advocated what I called the Vegetable Drug Act, which would just be simply to state that plants are not drugs. And plants cannot be illegal. You can't make a portion of nature illegal. This is crazy thinking. One of the things that I talk about in my book that we've never talked about much in these weekends because the groups don't seem to have much interest in it, but I found it sort of fascinating, was, for example, in the case of opium, most of us grow up with a completely demonized vision of the morphine family. I mean, this is the lowest of the low, and if somebody gets mixed up in junk, it's just considered, you know, slow suicide and so forth. And it is certainly true that heroin addiction is fairly destructive and doesn't do your relationships any good and that sort of thing. But it was very interesting to me in the process of writing this book to discover that opium, which has been known and used by human beings for at least 4,000 years, possibly longer, nobody ever suggested that opium was addictive until the 17th century, when the English physician John Playfair noted for the first time that exposure to opium created a craving for more opium. It had been used for 3,000 years without anybody ever noticing that it was addicting. And one of the tendencies that this book traces fairly clearly is the tendency to refine and strengthen drugs until they become social problems. We don't seem to rest until we push them to the most virulent, most destructive form. A good example of this that you're all familiar with is coca and cocaine and crack, because coca is if you go into a coca-using area of the Amazon or the Andes, the villagers, the people you meet, they are very well aware of the cocaine problem in the United States and the DEA and all this. And the first thing they want to tell you is, coca is not a drug, it's a food. And Tim Plowman, God rest his soul, a good friend of many of us, who died a few years ago, a great field botanist, he did studies of the nutritional value of coca and discovered that, in fact, in a coca-using population, up to 30% of the vitamins and minerals in the diet are coming from coca. And it is not a social problem. It does not lead to antisocial behavior or child abandonment or violence or anything like that. It is, in fact, largely, it makes life possible in the jungle because it gives you the energy that you must have. The jungle is an extremely encroaching place. And if the only tool you have to hold back the jungle is a self-sharpened machete, in the absence of coca, you would toss in the towel after a couple of weeks of struggling with this. In the presence of coca, you can settle down to a lifetime. It's a short life. You'll be dead between 35 and 40. But a lifetime of struggling with the jungle. You see, one misconception that it's probably important to clear up that people have about the jungle is when they see the climaxed tropical rainforest, they assume that this tremendous richness of vegetation must signal a tremendous availability of food, fruits and things. This is not at all the case. It's very easy to starve to death in a tropical jungle. And the reason for this, especially an old tropical jungle like the Amazon, the reason for this is because evolutionary competition is so keen among species that there is no luxury to produce rich, juicy fruits loaded with sugars and stuff like that. I mean, often in the Amazon, people will show you what they're eating as a treat, something they found along the trail. And when you bear down on what it is, it's often a fruit or something like that that has just a millimeter thin film of slightly sweet pulp or something like that around it. There isn't it's not a place where it's easy to get a food supply together. So a drug like coca, which suppresses appetite, this is its second important consequence, is in great demand. And the suppression of appetite, the providing of energy, it's made for this very, very harsh environment. The other thing is there are other psychoactive compounds in coca, other so-called canes, and they mitigate the property of the cocaine. Western science got a hold of this and quickly turned it into cocaine, which is, very hard on the major muscles of the heart, highly addictive, and, a fairly pernicious drug, although it's the monkey doing it that you usually have to wonder about. And then, in our perverse way, we go to crack cocaine, which is an even more virulent form, more easily delivered. And the evolution of drug delivery systems is an interesting aspect of the whole drug problem. Hypodermic syringes were invented in the 19th century, just in time for the invention of morphine. And following on the heels of those two inventions were two great wars the American Civil War and the Franco-Prussian War in Europe happening at roughly the same time. Out of those two wars emerged the first population of hard drug addicts in Western culture. There had never been anything like that before. At the close of the Civil War, morphine addiction was called the soldier's disease because there had been so much indiscriminate use of morphine on the battlefields of the Civil War. I am answering your question about agriculture, but stick with me here. So then this is, to my mind, the partnership paradise of prehistory in which the feminine was honored, men and women existed in equilibrium, child-caring was shared, men, because of the strong upper body and different physical characteristics, were assigned the hunting, and also because women had babies clinging to them all the time and were not so mobile. So there was an early division of labor. And I think, although I wouldn't argue this to the death, but it seems reasonable to me, that women are probably the inventors of language. And for this, we can both thank them and, wonder about the consequences of it. Now, why would women be the inventors of language? It's because hunting is a fairly generalized concept where great emphasis is placed on stoic waiting and physical strength. You need to be able to keep your mouth shut for hours and hours at a time, sitting stock still, waiting, and then when the moment comes, just wail on whatever it is that's running by. The position of the...
Best description of hunting
Well, the gatherer is an entirely different problem, and the women took the gathering. What gathering is all about is fine distinctions. You want to be able to say, when someone says to you, where did you find these wonderful roots? You want to be able to say, they're down near the sulfur spring. They grow in the ground underneath the plant with the small yellow flowers and the serrated leaf edge with the furry underneath. In other words, it's a tremendous problem of location linguistically. And if any of you are botanists, you know that until the invention of photography, botany created a whole special language for itself called taxonomic description, where you would say, well, this plant is cespitose with crenellate leaves and trichomes are present, and what this is an excruciatingly detailed physical description. And women also were socialized more than men because they shared child care, they spent time together in food preparation, and food preparation is part of it as well. You have to be able to not only tell where the plant came from, you have to create a linguistic machine for conveying how it is to be used. Well, I think that this partnership paradise was really the moment when human beings were most human, most at peace within and without, between men and women, between adults and children, between the human family and the environment, because we were nomadic, our populations were kept small, I think that the sexual style of these early human beings, that we can reconstruct it by looking at phenomenon like the pygmy chimpanzees, and then looking at sexual and social styles among Aboriginal people, like in the Amazon. And the chief thing that comes out of that is group values predominate. So consequently, the great tension that drives our society, which is the tension of mate claiming and holding, which we call, maintaining and breaking relationships, really wasn't there. In that hunter-gatherer, quasi-nomadic situation, the natural style would have been orgiastic. And orgy has a very interesting social consequence. It makes it impossible for men to trace lines of male paternity. This is very important. In other words, the children in an orgiastic society are society's children. Women know who their children are because they see them come out of their bodies, and unless they put them down and forget where they put them, they will always be able to go back to their children. Because the sex act and the fact of birth are separated by 9 months, it took a long, long time for the role of the specific male to dawn on these societies. Once male paternity becomes an issue, there's tremendous tension, because the orgiastic style is appealing on one level to everybody, I think. But on another level, if you're concerned about male paternity, you want to suppress orgy. You want to control women. And in fact, you begin to think of them as my women and your women. And I have nothing to do with your women and you have nothing to do with my women. So women become a source of great anxiety in this situation. Well, now this is, I want to make it clear, this is not to say that we fell from grace, from a state of grace that was laid on to us by nature, because the style of all monkeys is male dominance. Even if you go back to the primitive primates, the squirrel monkeys and like that, male dominance hierarchies are always what's happening. So I think that the admission of psilocybin into the proto-hominid diet actually corrected, if you want to use that word, corrected a social style that had been present in the monkeys for millions of years. And just for maybe 50 or 100,000 years, the tendency to form male dominance hierarchies was suppressed by this cult of psilocybin use on the plains of Africa. Well then, the very forces which created this situation, which were the drying up of the African continent, which shrank the great rainforests, broke up this partnership paradise, because the mushrooms became, instead of being abundant all year long on these rainy grasslands, the rains became less frequent. The distance between water holes became greater. The mushrooms became seasonal. The orgies, which had probably been lunar at first, become more stretched out. Maybe they're equinoctial and solstitial, and finally annual, and finally occasional, and finally they don't happen at all. Now, while this is going on, people are aware that the mushroom is getting harder to access. And so, for the first time, they begin thinking of strategies of preservation. And in a world without refrigeration, the obvious strategy is drying or preserving in some medium. Drying of mushrooms is not an effective strategy unless you have hermetically sealed peanut butter jars and Ziploc baggies and stuff which we presume they didn't have. So then your only choice is some method of preservation. And what I see in the archaeology of the ancient Near East is a supplanting of the mushroom cult by a cult of honey. And honey is a very excellent antiseptic preserving medium. And in many cultures it's used that way. In Mexico to this day, in the Mexican Indian villages, they put the mushrooms and stir them into honey, and then they can preserve them for many months that way. There's a problem here, though, which is that honey itself can become an intoxicating substance. Honey ferments into mead, which is a crude form of alcohol. Well, alcohol could hardly be more different than psilocybin in terms of the social values that it promotes. Alcohol promotes an inflated sense of ego, an inflated sense of one's linguistic skill, and a lowering of sensitivity to social cueing. You see this in any singles bar, you know. The guys become boorish, they hit on the women because now finally they have the courage to hit on the women, and the whole thing gives rise to the fairly unhappy cultural situation of which we're the heirs. I mean, most women, I don't know how true it is of the women in this room under 30, but most women, their early sexual imprinting goes on in an ambiance of alcohol use and abuse. And that's then lifelong because, it steels one's nerves for love and battle. This is what was, or love or battle. This is what was always said about alcohol. So the women who were the gatherers of this hunting and gathering equation, essentially they were too smart. They outsmarted themselves. They had this enormous database on wild plants and plants that could be gathered in the environment. And they were nomads. And what nomadism means in this African context is that you follow the great herds of cattle around on a yearly cycle as they move from water hole to water hole. And you camp for a few weeks, and then you move on, following the herds. The problem with this is, in the discard of these camps, in the middens of these camps, there would inevitably be seeds discarded as waste. Well, at a certain point, women noticed that the middens, the dumps of last year's camp, was a great place to find food because it seemed to concentrate in those places. And it was because the seeds were being discarded there. So at some point, a Lady Einstein of the High Paleolithic put it together. And it's interesting, this has to do with the conquest of the temporal dimension in terms of cause and effect. In other words, at the same time that the guys were figuring out, if you have sex with this woman, then 9 months later there will be a child, the women were figuring out, if we throw food away here and bury it, 12 months later there will be food growing on this very spot. Well, at that point, this huge database of information on plants that could be gathered was dumped. And the women said, we don't have to do that anymore. Let's just take what we know about emmer wheat, rye, oats, and a couple of other cereal grains, and we will grow those, and we don't have to gather anymore. Or gathering can decline in importance tremendously. But in order to care for the emmer wheat and the rye and the oats, the sedentary lifestyle displaced the nomadic lifestyle. And I talked a little bit last night about the consequences of the invention of agriculture. The first consequence was surplus, something the human race had never dealt with before, because in the hunter-gatherer situation, once you've gathered enough, you stop working. Agriculture is a process where you sort of push a button, and lo and behold, here comes abundance. More abundance than you know what to do with. So you have a new problem. The problem is not getting enough food. Now the problem is preserving it and defending it. And both of these problems can be solved by ceasing to wander and beginning to build walls. And so this is what was done. The most advanced structure, human structure on this planet 10,000 years ago was the grain tower at Jericho. And it was specifically built for agricultural surplus, and it was built with walls around it to defend itself. Around 10 to 11,000 years ago, in the archaeological record, all across Europe, the ancient Middle East, and North Africa, we get the appearance of what's called the Tanged Point Technocomplex. What this means is, in older strata than the strata of the Tanged Point Technocomplex, when you find an arrowhead, you find one arrowhead. It was lost by some Paleolithic hunter in the pursuit of game. 12,000 years ago, what you suddenly find are huge concentrations of arrowheads in one place. This means these are not hunting sites. These are sites where somebody laid siege to somebody else's scene in order to grab their women and their food supply and their animals. In other words, warfare is the natural consequence of agriculture. And the cultural pattern that we see in the ancient Middle East is a pattern of walled cities, kingship, suppression of women, slavery, and bronze-tipped warfare. All the progenitors of our own curiously twisted cultural adaptation are set in place there.
So, I mean, this is a point which may be only important to me, but what you're saying is that really once the first woman or group of women, whoever it was, made this temporal connection and saw that, we ship the seeds out or whatever happens, 12 months later there's more food, we don't have to wander around so much. Once that happened, the die was cast, for McDonald's and the military-industrial complex, in effect. And that once some tribe or bunch of people have a lot more than they could use, and it's there, then it becomes tempting and in a way adaptive for other people to say, why wander around out here, screw around, let's just go kill these people and take their shit. Right. And that's a lot easier.
Right.
Now, and also what you're saying is that nobody noticed that this was fucked up at the time.
Right. Well, it happened over a very long period. And the other thing that I'm saying is... Go ahead.
No, I mean, to me that seems to be an important point. In other words, there was a major maladaptive cultural development that happened over a lot of time. Yeah. At the time, nobody else was noticing that this was bad.
And it was driven by weather, see. It was driven by the fact that things were just getting drier and people were trying to find a solution to the drying problem.
Nobody thought to say, if we don't store up all this stuff, these other people won't be trying to kill us.
Right. Nobody could conceive of how to return to the nomadic style. And of course, once people started agriculture, then in some cases to be a nomad meant you would have to move through these people's areas and their fields, and then they would be waiting for you with rocks and clubs because they don't want your herds tromping through their fields. But the real key factor, which straight anthropology doesn't acknowledge, is that the slow fading of the use of psilocybin is what permitted all of this, because the boundary dissolving quality of psilocybin is the most important quality, and it changed us from monkeys into these shamanic, feminine honoring, goddess worshipping nomadic people. And then when it began to fade, the reassertion of these older primate patterns, the reestablishment of male dominance over women and so forth, there was nothing to stop it. So I really see psilocybin as a kind of inoculation against the primate nature. That before the first moment of human history, the human being had been perfected. And by that I mean human beings, means people able to express affection and care for others, people filled with a sense of group cooperation and group destiny, and so forth and so on, and that really we should see psilocybin as an inoculation against the formation of ego. Ego is the psychic component, which is the fly in the soup. And the ego, it's a maladaptive attitude which changing conditions made into an adaptive attitude. It went from being a form of pathology to being the only game in town as the nature of the situation changed. Ego is dissolved by hallucinogens, and so the hallucinogens kept this egoless society in a kind of stasis for a long, long time. But when the presence of the mushroom weakened and disappeared, then these older primate patterns flowed in and dominated the situation. In the story of Adam and Eve in Genesis, you essentially get this message, except it's told from a dominator point of view. I mean, a careful reading of Genesis will show this is the story of history's first drug bust. And it's a woman who's in trouble. What she does is she eats a forbidden fruit. It's forbidden to her by a male, by Yahweh. And she also corrupts her roommate. And and if you read in the older recensions, like the Q document it's very clear. It says that their eyes were opened. The issue is not that this is a poisonous plant. At one point in the story, Yahweh, walking in the garden, mumbles to himself, if they eat of the fruit of the tree of life, they will become as we are. The issue was one of a striving for equality on the part of the human beings and a suppression of that desire for equality by this gardener, this keeper of the garden, whoever this guy was. And so then in the story, they're tossed out of Eden. And it says an angel was set at the eastern gate of Eden with a flaming sword so that they could never make their way back in to Eden. To my mind, this is simply the African sun drying up this partnership paradise. About 10,000 BC, people begin to settle in the Nile Valley. Before that, people didn't live in the Nile Valley. It was an unhealthy place. It was a boggy, malarial lowland, and people lived in what we call the Sahara Desert, but which was then the Saharan grassland. It was only when the grassland turned to desert that people moved out of the grassland and then settled near the river, and those are the proto-dynastic civilizations of the Egyptian archaeological record. In the Tassili Plateau in southern Algeria, there are rock paintings 7,000 to 15,000 years old that show shamans with mushrooms sprouting out of their bodies and being held, hands full of mushrooms. They're reproduced in my book here. So I think part of what is happening in the 20th century is we're making our way back into deep time, and we're discovering our own childhood, and what we're discovering is a pattern of abuse and trauma. The reason human beings are so given to addiction and so restlessly uncomfortable with being is because we, every single one of us, are the victims of a dysfunctional relationship and a trauma that occurred in the childhood of our species. We were meant to be the mushroom-using monkey. We were meant to be to have a balanced relationship between the masculine and the feminine. We were meant to be the caretakers of the earth. But when the connection to the mushroom was broken, then we turned to building grain silos, forging spears, building walled cities, establishing the mythology of kingship, slave classes, so forth, and so on. And this is why the rediscovery of these things in the 20th century is so important, because we have now been at this male dominator, linear culture for about 7,000 or 8,000 years, depending on how you want to measure it, and it has pushed us to the brink of extinction. Not only us, but the entire planet is now threatened with upheaval, mass extinction, toxification, because of our maladaptation to being. We don't know how to behave. Yeah, Paul.
I just want to question another longer-term scenario here. There's some evidence that humans have consistently wiped out. For example, we may have wiped out the Neanderthals, who may have been, despite what has been said in the past, peaceful, evolved species. And then earlier on, we may have wiped out, as more monkeys, wiped out some of the other pre-humans. And then what about the great mammoths and other animals which seem to get wiped out just at the time when humans were developing this real hunting trip?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is true. There was a big paleontological conference in Canada a few years ago devoted to studying the Ice Age extinctions of the great mammals. And the conclusion was it had to be human beings.
Because, I mean, they had been through many cycles of ice ages. Why should they suddenly disappear in the last ice age?
Yes, I think
humans were driven into this hunting.
Very early we began making this kind of impact on the earth.
I want to ask you if you believe there's a distinction between appropriate use of these drugs then and now between men and women.
You mean a different way to do it?
Yeah, appropriate use.
Nobody's ever asked me that question before.
And addiction concerns.
You mean?
Question?
Yeah, what was the question?
The question over here was, is there a different protocol, or should there be a different protocol for men and women using mushrooms or using psychedelics? And the question over here was?
I'm just adding to that in present day and addiction concerns, because we seem to have such a problem with addiction in terms of, abusing all these drugs that can really help us. So how do we?
Well, I think what we have to do is we have to bring this issue into consciousness, which is never done in a cultural context. I mean, why do we take drugs is the real question. And I think that, the answer, I mean, why do we take bad drugs? Let's ask that question. I think it's because we want to scratch a certain itch, and we can't figure out how to get at it. And so people, they addict to sex, to money, to drugs, to having the morning paper delivered on time. I mean, myself am threatened with falling into a hysterical rage if I get up and there are no eggs. So, I have to consciously take hold of myself and say, you're not going to die if you have to drive into town and buy a dozen eggs. So don't let it spoil your entire day, The question about a protocol for men and women, I think it is true that men have more of a problem with drugs than women, and more of a problem, it's because they have more of a problem with the surrender issue. Women, by virtue, and it's not so true of modern women, but modern women are a very recent phenomenon on the scene, women are biologically scripted for these boundary-dissolving experiences because they will, in a traditional society, give birth, usually many, many times in their life. And every single time, it's a complete boundary-dissolving tremendum. A man, if he's careful, can go from birth to the grave without ever getting into a tight spot like that. And
what I hear you say is that these drugs help to balance this male-dominating tendency for quite a while, and certainly now, in its resurgence, it seems to be a real wonderful way to explore a much greater harmony. So you're talking about letting go of the ego, especially the male ego. So I wondered, is there not a place there for the woman or the female of the species to explore that, or a need? No need, no obligation, no...
No, there's a need, because you see, nothing on earth is as much like a man as a woman. We tend to forget this. And ego is not now a male problem. We are all completely infected by ego because it's a tradition. I mean, even the rhetoric of feminism in some cases is a rhetoric of ego strengthening. They say, be assertive. Don't take this stuff anymore. Stand up for what you are. Well, that's all very good, except that it isn't the feminine that you are always standing up for. Sometimes it's just sheer assertiveness, which is an ego kind of thing. I think that women have a slight jump on men, but at this late stage in the game, everybody has to do work on this problem because we have made ego such a cultural value. Now, the reason men may have stronger egos generally than women goes back, I think, to that hunting-gathering dichotomy again. Women, when they went gathering, would go 2 or 3 women with their babies on their backs, and while they were gathering, in all primitive societies you always hear about the chatter of the women. Women do chatter. As the masters of language, they exist in a sea of this kind of communication. Guys don't talk to each other. It's very rare. And if in your life you were repeatedly, over and over again, told, okay, you stay here on this point and you watch all day long and we will drive the game by at evening and then you make the kill. I've been in that situation because I was forced through these male initiations in the meathead society I grew up in. And if you're a 10-year-old, 14-year-old kid and they set you up on what they call a point, a hunting point, they give you a gun and they set you up on a point and they say, wait here 5 hours. The major struggle is to not be dissolved into the environment, to not become frightened, or it's called Wendigo psychosis, It's to hold the wilderness at bay. And so you have to have rituals of ego empowerment to do that. And the hunter is the exemplar of ego personified. So I think just these different cultural styles made men more egotistical, and also they didn't have... women are naturally, hormonally scripted to transfer loyalty and self-identification to their children. It's a much more abstract thing for a male to put his child first. For a woman, it's unthinkable that it could be any other way. For a man, it's a consciously argued decision. Ego is our problem. I mean, you can talk about nuclear waste or nuclear proliferation, but it all gets back to we are not willing to set aside our desires for big houses and many cars and tremendous comfort. And we do not have group values. The reason the planet is dying is because we cannot place the good of the group above our own desires consistently. We know the earth is dying, and yet, who recently has made a voluntary act of simplification of their life or something like that? We're aware of the problem, but we can't. Some do, but a vanishingly small amount compared to the people who are just out there striving like crazy to get theirs. And sadly, the dissolution of communism, which certainly had its problems, they're there for everybody to see, but the rhetoric of communism was collectivism. Care for the collectivity. In the absence of anybody saying that, now we just have a dog-eat-dog world, and the devil take the hindmost, and it looks like the devil will take the hindmost.
One of the problems with ego is that it's one of those words that mean all things to all people, and I think we need to say that even in the societies where mushrooms were plentiful and boundary dissolution took place, people came down eventually, and necessarily so, because you need an ego in development. I think you were the one who once said that you need an ego, so if you're in a restaurant, you take your fork and put it in your mouth instead of somebody else's. So, developmentally, it's a scaffold on which you build personality.
Well, I think our millions of years of primate existence give us a pretty strong ego. And then it was just this brief interlude with psychedelic plants that changed it. And let me say a little bit more about that. It sounds sort of clinical to say that it's ego dissolving. It's like we're dissolving a cyst or something. And that's a good metaphor as far as it goes. But why is the ego dissolving is a good question. What is it about psilocybin that causes the ego to dissolve? Well, I think what it is it shows you the true size of the world. And in the presence of the true size of the world, you finally figure out how important you are. And you aren't important. You don't matter a jot or a tittle in the big picture. You get a picture of 10 million years and 10 local light years of space, and then you say, well, how important is it, what I think? And then it's humbling. It's not disempowering. It's humbling. You see, I should get with the program. I only have meaning if I get with the program. If I'm sailing against the program, it's like an ant railing against God. I mean, who cares? What difference does it make? I've always thought that the supreme expression of ego in Western literature is Captain Ahab of Moby Dick. I mean, this is ego unchained, ego raised to the status of deity.
It's a losing battle.
It's a losing battle. But at one point, I think in chapter 53, the quarterdeck, the first mate, Starbuck, who represents Christian right reason, says, they're talking about Moby Dick, and he takes the animal rights position, and he says to Ahab, Captain, to seek revenge on a dumb brute seems blasphemy. And Ahab turns on him in fury, and he says, blasphemy, Starbuck? Speak not to me of blasphemy. I would strike out the sun if it insulted me. For could it do that, then could I do the other, since there is ever a sort of fair play. The ego believes that it's on a level playing field with God Almighty. What could be more egotistical than that, So, psychedelics, whatever they do for us in our personal lives, as a societal force, they they dissolve the ego, and what is it that they dissolve it into? Why is it so wonderful to dissolve the ego? This now comes to the sort of, we've been talking evolution and so forth, and it all makes sense, and I don't think it frightens anybody because it's all happening on safe ground. But in fact, what lies behind all this, what you find when you dissolve the ego, is this mind, this intelligence, which seems to be distributed through nature, and which, if you're really alienated, you will call the alien, because you don't know what else to call it. If you're a woman in touch with what that means, you will call it Gaia. If you're an aspiring shaman, you will call it the spirit helpers. But the big news is that the rise of the ego has suppressed a portion of reality, which is that nature is an animate and minded thing of some sort. And this breaks the rule. I mean, it's okay to say it's animate. You have the Gaia hypothesis, and that everybody congratulates themselves on what a leap forward that is, and it is. But it's quite another step to realize that it is not that the earth is alive. It's that the earth is intelligent. The earth is some kind of mind. And before we throw up our hands and say, well, how could that be? How could a planet have a mind? Is it any less peculiar that a monkey could have a mind? You know? How do monkeys have minds? That's the miracle. A planet is a very large system, probably able to pull many tricks out of the bag. It's our portion of mind that is so puzzling. And what shamanism is about, psychedelic shamanism, is connecting back into this Gaian mind. And I confess, you can't take the measure of a thing like this to say, is it a god or a goddess? Is it an extraterrestrial that has somehow lodged in the ecosystem of this planet and permeates it somehow as a distributed mind? We can't know what it is, but its presence has something to do with our presence here. What stabilizes shamanic and aboriginal societies, and what stabilized those Paleolithic societies, was this direct pipeline to the mind of the goddess. And it told human beings how to behave, what to do, how to live. Isn't this what what Castaneda is claiming for psychedelics? They show you the right way to live. And in the absence of this connection, you can't figure it out. You know, I mean, you can sort of figure it out, but we have lost touch with our mentor. We were literally wrenched from the teaching breast of the Gaian mother too soon. And so we became dysfunctional, turned to warfare, city building, resource extraction, and propaganda.
Terence, can you tie in you were talking about the rate of evolution of the brain and the biological process that went through and a time frame for that? And do you think that the shape of the brain or the predominance of different parts of it or different stages have anything to do with this idea of ego or shared experience through an evolving brain? That the mushroom that sounded like you were talking about was the triggering, was a catalyst for that.
Well, I think what the mushroom is the catalyst for is language. You see, I mean, language is a very mysterious activity. In all of nature, if you were to look for the thumbprint of God, this is the best candidate. Language represents a fundamental break with all other forms of natural organization. And, there may be people here who are fond of the mumblings of dolphins or there is communication in the natural world. But it's a long way from the brightest dolphin who ever lived to Paradise Lost or Hamlet. I mean, we are creatures of language on a level that is not met anywhere else. And our language flows out into three-dimensional space. You see, culture is the condensation of language. This building is an idea that we have then wrought in stone and wood. Esalen is an idea. San Francisco is an idea. The United States is an idea. Means they are things which begin originally in the domain of language, and then we draw them down into matter. And, the fact that you can recognize instantly millions of sentences that you've never heard before. Chomsky and his school has spent a lot of time trying to understand this. So language is like the privileged vehicle by which human beings relate to the world. And interestingly enough, psychedelics, especially psilocybin, triggers language-like activity. It causes what's called glossolalia, speaking in tongues. Speaking in tongues is simply language in the absence of sanctioned meaning. It means you've got words, you've got declension, you've got grammar, but you just didn't bother to have meaning. And I think that, we tend to believe language is for the conveyance of meaning. But I think that's just because we came late to thinking about the problem. Obviously, it seems to me, people were indulging in language-like activity for a long, long time before there was meaning. It was a form of entertainment. It's a form of amusement. It's something people did around the fire at night for each other. The original languages were all abstract. The marriage of language to naive realism is probably less than 15,000 years old and has to do with agriculture and the rise of all this other stuff. Yeah.
Is that what you were doing at the end of the experiment at Petaluma?
Oh, you mean that funny stuff? Yes. The ning mai huaxi kipitot nen vidi kipiutek ne dam qua haxi kipipin. See how there's emotion and there's intentionality and there's anticipation, but there's no meaning. Meaning is just the cherry on the cake. It comes very, very late in that process. And one of the strange things about us as a species is our absence of an emotional vocabulary. We have 10,000 words to describe the process of binding a book, for crying out loud. But when it gets down to emotion, we have, I love you, I hate you, and I'm not sure. And yet, if you pay attention to your mind, the subtlest and most kaleidoscopic dimension of your being is the shifting screen of your emotions. And yet we can convey only the tiniest part of that to each other. A place like Esalen is built on trying to open the valve to emotional language so that people can say what they feel. Most people, including myself, I'm sure, have not the clue as to how you begin to say what you feel. The psychedelic experience is a good place to begin because these feelings are so unusual that you can sort of attempt to language them without feeling you're going too far out on a limb with your personal being. But when you start talking to somebody about, what is that poem? Is it by Robert Browning? How do I love thee? Let me count the ways. To say to someone, how do I love thee? Let me count the ways, and then to actually try to compose your own list in real time, it's too, quote unquote, embarrassing, whatever that means. It means we don't want to go that way. We want to mask ourselves. We feel reluctance to push in to that domain. And I assume this is because this was what happened to language. Well, no, it may have always been that way. It is a thing of surfaces. I mean, it's tremendously easy to use language to describe a plant. Very hard to use it to describe a mood. Maybe this is because you can eat plants and not moods. And so it's ultimately a tool, a survival skill. But our poetry, our art, the places where we rise toward the perfection of our humanness are usually in the domain of language married to emotion, you see. Yeah.
Question about the place of pecking order in all this that you're talking about. In most animals, you see a pecking order emergence. And my feeling from my own experiments is that as far as psilocybin mushrooms, when I was in Palenque, where the Mayan civilization is, the people who live there don't use those mushrooms. I got the strong feeling that the people who were in the Mayan civilization at the time did not use them, but the priests did, and that perhaps way back, when you're talking way back in the early evolution of things, that whoever was on the top of the pecking order either got the best mushrooms or kept the mushrooms for themselves or away from the people. That the knowledge that this could bring to normal people was antithetical to the needs and desires of the ones who were higher up in the pecking order.
Yeah, I think you're quite right. The scenario you sketch out is what's called the Grand Inquisitor scenario. You all remember in the Brothers Karamazov the story that Ilya or one of them tells about how during the Inquisition Christ miraculously appears on earth, and he goes to visit the Grand Inquisitor. And then this conversation takes place between them. And the Inquisitor and Christ says, do you know who I am? And the Inquisitor says, yes, I know who you are. We don't want it. We've got it worked out. We don't need Galilean troublemakers. We've moved beyond that stage. And this is a similar sort of situation, I think. Priest, you see, it's a long slide from shamanism into priestcraft. And the way it happens, I think, is when the psychedelic becomes no longer accessible or understood, then priestcraft gets going with a vengeance. There's always a tendency or a tension in religion between the irrational force of revelation and the desire to institutionally organize. Early Christianity was victim of this. For the first 120 years after the crucifixion, Christians were useless to anybody because they just stood around waiting for the end of the world. And then after 120 years of this, some people, Tertullian, Origen, Justinian, that crowd, said, shouldn't we be investing in real estate and getting a little something together here? This waiting for the end of the world, hell, who knows, And so then the institutionalized church sprang into being. Another place in cultural history where this happened is in the mystery that surrounds Soma. Soma was some kind of psychedelic plant. Nobody knows for sure what it was, but the whole of the Rig Veda, which is the earliest stratum of the Hindu literature, the whole of the Rig Veda is hymns to Soma. These incredibly extravagant praise for this intoxicant of some sort, which the people were using. Well, if it was so wonderful, how could it ever be lost? How could you ever lose? It would be like our civilization losing the secret of how to make Coca-Cola. It's almost impossible to imagine an upheaval so thoroughgoing that we would forget how to make Coca-Cola. And so then we would collect Coke bottles and say, this represents the vanished sacrament, if only we knew. The only way you can lose a secret with that kind of cultural import is if, prior to the loss of it, knowledge of it has been restricted.
What they want. It's the same with pups and most any kind of animal. So why would it be different for humans? That I think that the humans who got a little bit on top decided that this was not a good thing for others to have.
Well, what I'm saying is it would only be true in the case of humans if they were using psilocybin. In other words, in the absence of psilocybin, human beings will behave like kittens, calves, and pups, but that psilocybin actually erodes the ego. And this is what's put against a lot of psychedelics. They say, well, the guy won't, these stoners, they don't punch the time clock. And when you threaten to fire them, it seems to have no effect on them. I don't know how you reach these people. Well, the way you reach them is you appeal to something other than the ego. The modern industrial civilization has very skillfully promoted certain drugs and suppressed others. A perfect example is caffeine. Caffeine, I hate to tell you this, caffeine is a fairly dangerous drug. It isn't dangerous in that a cup of coffee will kill you, but a lifestyle built around caffeine is you're not going to live to be 100 years old, or even 70 unless you are statistically in the improbable group. Why is caffeine not only tolerated but exalted? Because, boy, you can spin those widgets onto their winkles just endlessly without a thought on your mind. It is the perfect drug for modern industrial manufacturing. Why do you think caffeine, a dangerous, health-destroying, destructive drug that has to be brought from the ends of the earth, is enshrined in every labor contract in the Western world as a right? The coffee break. If somebody tried to take away the coffee break, the masses would rise in righteous fury and pull them down. We don't have a beer break. We don't have a pot break. I mean, if you suggested, well, we don't want a coffee break. We want to be able to smoke a joint at 11 in the morning. They would say, well, you're just some kind of, you're a social degenerate, a troublemaker, a mad dog, a criminal. It would be, and yet the health benefit ratio of those two drugs, there's no comparison. Obviously, pot would be the better choice. The problem is then you're going to be standing there dreaming rather than spinning the widgets onto the nuts, right?
Coca would be good for that then? Coca leaves? Sure.
Coca leaves would be very good. I suspect in the future we may see the legalization of coca as a sop to the mentality that wishes to see cocaine. Andy Wilde, who's a good friend of mine, we don't agree on everything, but a few years ago he had great enthusiasm for a coca chewing gum. And I never got on the bandwagon because I didn't see that we needed another high-focus industrial stimulant on the market. But coca would be great, and certainly in the Amazon, if you're a patron you encourage your workers to chew coca. I mean, they're worthless without coca. Give them coca and put a machete in their hands and they will just flail for hours at the bush. Another example that's interesting that shows how blinded and unaware we are of how drugs have shaped our society. We all know that slavery ended in the United States in the Civil War. And most people, if you question them, think that slavery existed before the Civil War in many places back into ancient times. This is not true at all. Slavery died in Western civilization with the collapse of the Roman Empire. During the Dark Ages and the medieval period, if you owned a slave, you owned one slave. It was the equivalent of owning a Ferrari or a Lamborghini. It was an index of immense wealth and social status. And that slave would be a house boy or a cook or something like that, someone close into you, taking care of you. It was inconceivable to use slave labor in the production of an agricultural product until Europe acquired an insatiable desire for sugar. And now let's think about sugar for a moment. Nobody needs sugar. You can go from birth to the grave without ever having a teaspoonful of white sugar. You will never miss it. Throughout the Dark Ages and the Middle Ages, sugar was a drug, a medicine. It was used to pack wounds, to keep wounds septic. And it was very expensive, and there was very little of it. Nobody even knew where it came from. It was called cane honey, because they knew it came from some kind of jointed grass, but nobody had a clear picture of what sugar was. Well, when you extract sugar from sugar cane, it requires, in pre-modern technology, a temperature of about 130 degrees. You cannot, free men will not work sugar. It's too unpleasant. You faint. You die from heat prostration. You have to take prisoners and you have to chain them to the sugar vats. And so before the discovery of America, in the 50 years before the discovery of America, they began growing sugarcane in the East Atlantic Islands, Madeira and the Canary Islands. And they brought Africans and sold them into slavery specifically for sugar production. Now, when we get American history, they tell you that slaves were used to produce cotton and tobacco. In fact, this is not quite the truth. They had to find things for slaves to do because they brought so many slaves to the New World to work sugar, and they had so many children that then they just expanded and said, well, we've used slaves to work sugar, we might as well use them in cotton and in tobacco production. In 1800, every ounce of sugar entering England was being produced by slave labor of the most brutal and demeaning sort. And there was very little protest over this. It was just accepted. And to this day, sugar cultivation in the Third World is a kind of institutionalized slavery. Christian, the popes, the kings of Europe, all of Christian civilization acquiesced in the bringing back of a practice that had been discredited during the fall of Rome in order to supply the insatiable need for sugar. It was an addiction. It had no cultural defense whatsoever. Yeah.
Why do you suppose honey didn't ascend to the prominence that sugar did in society?
I just think you can't produce enough of it. You know, I mean, look at the price of a pound of sugar today versus the price of a pound of honey. Isn't honey 5 to 10 times more expensive than granulated white sugar? I imagine this is always the case.
I don't agree with something. You know, and maybe it's a matter of definition, but I don't think slavery died out. I think it was serfs were bound to the land. The duke had the right to take the woman he wanted. The people belonged to him.
Well, you're right that serfdom replaced slavery, but in a way, serfdom was a much more humane system. First of all, you could not be separated from the land. Serfs were...
Yeah, so you could stay with your family.
So you could, and families were not separated. It was a kind of bondage to the land, but the separating of families, the selling of people at auction, and this kind of...
brutal.
Yeah. So you're right that serfdom persisted. But you see, in late Roman times, they had what was called the latifundia. And these were essentially agricultural concentration camps where people grew agricultural products under the lash for Roman markets. And that disappeared until the 1440s in the West. Anybody else have... Yeah.
You might want to say this too, but following this gentleman's question, I wonder if the psychedelic experience of psilocybin and its ego-dissolving properties and everything, what happens that an elite would control that and keep it from everyone else if it were truly ego-dissolving and unifying?
No, wait. So many people are saying, yeah, this must be an important point. I didn't understand it. What is it again?
What happens to make an elite few control a property that's unifying and ego-dissolving and keep it for themselves and away from the populace?
Well, I think it's because these things have another quality, which we haven't talked too much about, which is the psychedelics are the source of special information. And these hierarchies want to control the information. I mean, in other words, it's the pipeline to God problem. And, you know, the Protestant Reformation was a whole effort to overthrow the papal claim that you couldn't just pray. You had to have theologians interpret scripture and dogma, and they would gently guide you toward the right understanding, but that you weren't supposed to have a direct relationship to spirit. You were supposed to leave that to experts. So I think that's another issue that the psychedelics empower with gnosis, true information. And every society is based on a lie of some sort. So having people going around the official lie and getting in touch with reality turns them into social dissidents, and you have to control that. I mean, that was exactly what happened in the 1960s. I mean, we can talk about it a little bit, but what happened was too many people were getting stoned and then checking out of the official canon of the culture. And people just said, you know, you can take that job and shove it. And this was very alarming. Now, every society can tolerate a certain amount of this. You always have people who just aren't playing the game. But what happened in the 1960s was that LSD entered the picture. And LSD is different from all other psychedelic drugs in one tremendously important quality. And that is a single skilled chemist in a small apartment with about $40,000 worth of equipment in a single long weekend can produce 40 to 60 million hits of a drug. 40 to 60 million hits. This is a loaded gun at the head of society. Now, I wrote a book on growing mushrooms, and years ago, growed mushrooms quite a bit. And I can tell you an absolutely dedicated mushroom grower working his ass off for 6 months can produce maybe 4,000 or 5,000 hits of mushrooms. In other words, it's entirely a neighborhood phenomenon. It doesn't affect the dials that measure the fate of society. But you produce 40 million hits of a drug, you have entered the realm of global politics. You now probably have more power, you and your friends probably now have more power to affect the fate of the world than, let's say, the government of Switzerland. Well, no, not Switzerland. They have the banks. But the government of Finland, let's say. You have just shoved Finland out of the way and taken your place in the hierarchy. So no government would put up with that for a moment.
It's analogous to splitting the atoms. I mean,
yeah, they don't allow you to assemble nuclear warheads in your basement, and they're not going to allow you to manufacture LSD in your basement either for the same reasons.
In a way, that it sounds like the LSD then could be, well, LSD related to psilocybin is like cocaine related to coca in a way. If you look at it, it's too easy to get.
Well, it's not, you see, it's not that there's something wrong with LSD. Here we have one hit of LSD. There's nothing wrong with it compared to one hit of psilocybin. The problem is that you can it's just like agriculture.
Yeah.
Overproduction. It changes you from a tripper into somebody who thinks they should buy machine guns because you now have $5 million shoved under your mattress, and everybody knows you wouldn't dare take LSD in a situation like that. The presence of so much LSD has turned you into a defensive paranoid. Now you must defend your fortune. Forget LSD. It's changed from a vehicle of spiritual enlightenment into a commodity that must be defended at all costs. See?
The cost in terms of what the government thinks of this. I mean, you look at what the government's doing with drug sentences now, and I just in Hawaii, and for marijuana growing is a minimum 10-year sentence. And in a federal law for possession of nuclear weapons is a maximum of 12 years.
So if you have a joint, you get 10 years. If you're growing, you get 10 years. If you have a 10 megaton thermonuclear device,
you could get probation.
Well, that shows you where the alarms are sounding, doesn't it, folks? You see, the hidden issue, and it need not be hidden among us, the hidden issue, the government always tries to paint itself as the mother hen, concerned about her errant chicks. And so to keep you from crashing into other people on the freeway, to keep you from leaping out of buildings or committing suicide, we have to control these drugs. As a matter of fact, this is absurd. More people die because of alcohol than all illegal drugs combined in a given year. The government is not your friend on this issue. The government is very concerned to control the mass mind. And marijuana, my God, since the British Commission on Hemp, which was in 1889, I believe, the British East India Company commissioned a study of hemp. They have spent millions and millions and millions of dollars to find something, anything, you name it, wrong with cannabis. There is nothing wrong with cannabis. It is the most thoroughly tested, pawed over, and examined drug in human history. And they just come up with the lamest stuff. I mean, they tell you, you're going to have tits. Give me a break. They say you won't be motivated in your job. Like your job is supposed to be the sine qua non against which all things are to be measured.
I'll stop when I get a training bra.
Yeah, right. And I think people on our side of this question have been tremendously naive, because people just think we just have to convince them that it's harmless. It ain't harmless. It is a knife poised at the heart of dominator values. It would make the modern industrial assembly line, political loyalties, the macho image projection, all of these little tricks that they're running are severely eroded by cannabis. And they will stop at nothing to eradicate it. Look at the budget of the DEA. What are they doing? They're giving 65% is dedicated to cannabis eradication. Heroin gets 20% and coke gets all the rest. It's demonstrably absurd the way the money is spent unless you have a secret agenda of some sort. And if your agenda is to suppress the evolution of unwanted social attitudes in the American public, then you have to keep your eye on cannabis very, very closely.
To get even more diabolical, we won't waste a lot of time on this, but I mean, there's another agenda there, which is if you were in the business of making lots and lots of money off of illegal drugs, it would be very much in your interest, very much, to be sure that those drugs remain illegal.
And expensive.
And expensive.
I
take the profit out of that.
Well,
I don't think that that's necessarily true. I mean, it may be true in some regards.
In a different level of
well, but Steve, the new guy who heads the war on drugs, Martinez, this guy, I heard him on NPR this week, and his most passionate moment in the half-hour interview was he said, "We have pushed the price of an ounce of cannabis past the price of an ounce of gold, and we're going to keep it that way." Nothing about eradication. Talk about keeping the price high.
Yeah, I mean, as far as the government's concerned, I mean, they're spending billions of dollars a year to prosecute and incarcerate drugs and specifically marijuana, not to mention the lost revenue that they could obtain by simply taxing it, which they would if it were available to those people who didn't have the wherewithal to grow it themselves.
Right. The fact that they refuse to tax it when they're starving for revenue shows that there must be a secret agenda. It doesn't make any kind of sense.
Something else going on there, too, is that if you have a government which needs to do many, many things which are untraceable, as soon as you put money into it, it's traceable. But drugs provide a really nice source of untraceable money. That's all I can.
Yeah, that's another level, and we might as well say a little bit about that. When I wrote this book, I did a lot of research and about an area I didn't know that much about, which is, let's say, from 1500 to the present, drugs of addiction. And what I discovered is drug smuggling is like assassination. If the government isn't involved, it never seems to really happen. And governments have been using drugs for centuries as forms of secret revenue. This whole sugar thing that I laid out to you, those were decisions made by the crown heads of Europe in collusion with the Pope. It wasn't common people who set those policies in place. During the 1960s, when the black ghettos began to come apart, suddenly number 3 China white heroin was cheaper and more available than it had ever been at any time in the history of the heroin problem in the United States. Why? Because the CIA saw, all these black guys are getting up, a bunch of uppity niggers, as the government calls them. You just smother it in heroin. Get everybody either hooked or making money, and they're not...
Really, I mean, it's absolutely brilliant. If that's your agenda, there's no better way to go about it than this. It's just like you could invent a better drug than crack.
That's right.
Distract these people and just have them killing each other and not messing with, the real...
And they don't care really about the effect of drugs, and one group, one faction will work against another. For example, I'm a great aficionado of hashish, and hashish became very hard to get in the United States in the late 70s. But as soon as the Russians invaded Afghanistan, suddenly there was massive amounts of excellent Afghani hashish at prices that nobody had seen for 15 years. The reason was that CIA knows that hashish it's not really a problem, but what they wanted is they wanted an income for the mujahideen, and they had to pay for all these weapons. So they just started bringing this in wholesale, and it wasn't even a smuggling operation. I mean, I received reports from people who said, smuggling? They're not smuggling. They're unloading it on Pier 39 with the Stevedore Union Local 1030 is taking off, 500-pound blocks of hashish by the tens of thousands. And the day the Afghan war ended, they staged an enormous series of interlocking busts on their own infrastructure, and they closed it down and they pulled it to pieces. When Khomeini kicked out the Shah, the Iranian heroin business then fell under the control of the mullahs, and at that point, suddenly, cocaine emerges as a major problem in the United States because we just switched our supply lines. We could no longer depend on Iranian heroin because we couldn't depend on these screwy Islamic fundamentalists, so we just turned toward all of these company assets in Honduras and Ecuador and Colombia. Very, very cynical. It's only been 120 years since the so-called Opium Wars. Very few people know what the Opium Wars, what was the issue in the Opium Wars. Well, it turns out the British government wanted to deal opium in China, and the Chinese emperor told them to get lost. And they flipped. And they sent naval units, and they laid siege to several Chinese cities, and they forced the Chinese imperial court to agree that they could deal as much opium as they wanted on the wharves of Shanghai and Chusan. Why did the English suddenly decide that they had to go into the opium business? They're stealth. That's stealth. Every drug problem can usually be traced to a previous drug problem. The British East India Company spent a huge amount of time building up a world tea trade. And the Chinese were very smart. They sold tea in the ports of China to the English, but for 250 years they would never let the English see how the tea was grown or what it was exactly. What the English bought were bale tea, and it was all of Europe was addicted to a drug that nobody knew exactly where it came from or what it was. Well, then eventually the secret was lost, stolen. Let's be frank, friends. Eventually the secret was stolen, wrenched from the hands of the Chinese, and the English began furiously growing tea in Ceylon. Although, what agriculture always does, they produced too much tea, and they blew the market, the bottom out of the tea trade. So here's the British East India Company with this huge infrastructure, coaling stations all around the world, and a vast fleet of tea ships, and nobody can sell tea and make any money. So then they said, well, let's put Indians to work in Goa and we'll grow opium. He said, well, but opium, isn't that a drug? That's not a good thing to do. And he said, well, no, we're not going to sell it in England. That's not the plan. We'll sell it in China. There are more people in China and they're not English, so let's let them have it. So that's why the tea traders became opium traders, and that's why the opium wars were fought, was to protect English mercantile capitalism from the effects of the collapse of the tea trade. The Japanese, when they invaded Manchuria in the Second World War, they immediately began producing heroin and opium in vast amounts, not then as an economic strategy, but as a strategy to break the will of the Chinese population by encouraging addiction. And there was vast amounts of opium addiction. If any of you saw The Last Emperor of China, you recall that his mistress was severely addicted to opium, and it depicted it in a number of scenes. So governments have very cynically manipulated drugs so that the drugs which make it possible for capitalism to function are cheap and freely available, and the drugs which erode dominator values or cause people to question their situation are savagely suppressed.
It seems like the dominator will always be in control because the psychedelic user will have a decreased ego.
You mean, how can we win if we're taking psychedelics? I think you just put me out of business. That's it, folks. I'm slightly caught out on that. I think that what we have to say is that we must win by example. You know, the I Ching says you must never confront evil directly because then it learns how to defend itself. The hippies were certainly no threat to the government as a military force, but as an example, as a model for others to follow, I think they scared them to death. They were probably very happy to see them all turn into weathermen and begin hurling Molotov cocktails. That they understood.
The existing apparatus of conflict.
Right, they could relate to that, but flowers in the barrels of their guns spelled ruin and defeat, and they knew it.
There was an article in Chronicle the other day about nonviolent warfare. The idea of, what drugs or gases or whatever that'll just temporarily disable people to prevent physical aggression and war. And so I think that's a step forward in a way.
I think it's a step forward, although it was hatched by the military-industrial complex in a desperate effort to keep the money flowing. They're so frantic, they're willing to cut a deal at this point. A kinder, gentler warfare is what we're talking about here. Yeah.
So back to basics, in terms of, that it dissolves the ego and it shows you the true size of the world, and it's a humbling experience, and it's a religious experience, really, is no longer, just like he was saying, that's not so. So isn't the basic question how to get to that without using the machinery?
You mean without using the drugs?
Yes. Isn't that the basic question? It's, you can tell them all just stick it up wherever, and you go on and you continue your religious, humbling, ego-dissolving experiences without...
Well, the problem there is it possible? Is it possible to attain these states any way other than with drugs? And this is usually comes around at some point in these weekends as a bone of contention, because we live in a society that offers an endless smorgasbord of non-pharmacological forms of spiritual advancement. There's first of all the orthodox forms of religiosity. You can study the Torah, you can study Christian theology, or you can be a holotropic breather, or you can, it's endless, this stuff. I am very lumpen, and this is where I feel myself to be the most crude among us, because none of this stuff works for me, and in my darker moments I even say it doesn't work for anybody. But I always get there's always somebody who assures me that it happens for them naturally, and I just, lucky for you, you're saving a pile of money. The rest of us are going to spend our whole lives trying to get to it. But basically, I'm very skeptical. And then the other problem is, if you don't do it with drugs, it seems like there's always some weird beard personality in the picture. You know, Babaji or Shri Muckaround Hamarubi or Lama so-and-so or Sister somebody. And these people are inevitably pathological. I mean, wouldn't you be if you were Sister somebody? And I think drugs are much safer than gurus. Gurus are, it's part of this thing. We don't want to take responsibility for ourselves. And I guess, I'm loathed for saying this because I just blow the whistle on all these people who have very good livings and are surrounded by adoring fans. And people are perverse. And by people, I include myself in that. I mean, people are perverse, and one of the things they like to do, you see, is they like to surrender if it's safe. And so here you have two choices. You can take this plant drug, which is in use among the witch doctors of the Amazon, and about which there are all these extravagant and horrifying stories, and maybe you'll go mad, and maybe you'll be enlightened, and maybe you'll see God, or maybe you'll be devoured by a giant snake. You can choose that path. Or you can just sweep up around the ashram for 10 or 15 years and make sure that Babaji always has a bowl of brown rice at his elbow, and he will lift you up and do the thing. And people say, well, I think I'll go with Babaji. I don't want to. And what it is it's a fear of surrender. And
I hear you. And my concern is the original values are the values about doing it, as a people. I don't know. It's very individualistic. I'm not sure that I can get to where I got to without the drugs. But I have felt certain experiences, that are not exactly like that, but they were meaningful. And I'm not sure at this point. I mean, I'm toying with the idea, but I'm not sure that I'm willing to play the game because it's become the game, and not partake in it as a religious experience, as a group, as a kinder, gentler. It's hard because because I certainly don't want to follow Baba whatever. And that's not my game either. But, and without judgment, absolutely. I'm just really trying to understand or find the way that the initial values and, the initial humbling could be found. And in terms of addiction, which I dealt with in terms of pot, and, a relatively powerful addiction for me it was. I began to use it as a non-religious experience. It was a deadening experience for me. It was isolating experience. This world feels like shit. So it served me.
That's an accurate perception.
Absolutely, that's what I'm saying.
There are options other than the two
it
that
will again, I'm sure, serve me.
I mean,
I'm trying to find
something.
One of the questions that's worth talking about, because I've never made up my mind about this, is the psychedelics are always cast as an option in the spiritual quest. You can study yoga or meditation, or you can take drugs, or you can do good works like Mother Teresa or something like that. I've never been absolutely certain that psychedelics have anything whatsoever to do with the spiritual quest. If we define the spiritual quest as that which impels you to the moral life, then I don't really see I don't understand. I certainly have taken a lot of psychedelics. I certainly am no moral exemplar, nor have I ever felt pressure to be one while on a psychedelic trip. The mushroom has never said to me, as a leader of the people, you should be a better person. Inevitably, these spiritual hierophanies tend toward a vocabulary of unity and light and completion. And that's not the vocabulary that I would apply to the psychedelic experience. The psychedelic experience is weirder than that. It's about self-transforming elf machines from hyperspace kicking down your front door and rotating all 4 tires on your after-death vehicle and also checking the radiator. Is that a spiritual experience? Hell, who knows what kind of an experience it is.
We use psychedelic in a very limited sense to refer to the tryptamine psychedelics. There are, of course, many psychedelics where you don't have LSD running around.
Well, I call those things psychoactive, but you're right. You're right. They're psychoactive. See, here's the thing. I mean, there's a series of declensions here. There's psychedelic, there's psychoactive, and there's altered states. There are hundreds and hundreds of altered states, most non-drug. And then there are altered states of consciousness which are drug-induced. I can feel an aspirin hit. I mean, I actually can feel the shift in my reality from 2 buffered aspirin. And then, of course, there's caffeine stimulation and downers and all of these things. None of this is psychedelic in the ordinary sense. And the psychedelic experience for me is this very narrowly defined thing where you see visions. Hallucinations aren't even sufficient, because there are all kinds of hallucinations, moving grids of color and little swimming things, and then you get the mice dancing in rows and the little candies floating by, and this, you can't build a pyramid out of that kind of stuff. But the real vision is a very mysterious thing, impossible by rationalist standards, and we all are rationalist enough that even in confrontation with it, we know that it's miraculous. So a thing worth thinking about and worth talking about this weekend is whether or not the psychedelics are in fact part of what is ordinarily thought of as the spiritual quest or the quest for religious understanding. There are people who take psychedelics who don't have an iota of spirituality in them. If you're interested, there's a very interesting book called Shamanism, Colonialism, and the Wild Man by Michael Taussig. Michael Taussig, I dare say, would be very uncomfortable in this room. He would dismiss us all as fruits and flakes, because he's a Marxist labor organizer. There is no vertical gain in this guy's worldview. And yet, he's taken more ayahuasca probably than anybody in this room and been loaded, thoroughly loaded. So it's very interesting to read his book and garner his conclusions. He sees it in an entirely different way. I think it is a way to access insight, but it doesn't seem to support the Neoplatonic hierarchy of ascending light and space that is the assumption of Western religion. There's no white light at the end of the tunnel in psilocybin. Instead, there's the alien edition of the Encyclopedia Britannica. Maybe that's a spiritually enlightening thing to encounter, or maybe not.
There is LSD.
Yeah. LSD fits. LSD is more classically psychoanalytic, number one, and number two, supportive of the metaphors of Western religiosity. It does move you toward the dissolving whiteness, the oneness with the unspeakable of Meister Eckhart and that crowd.
Except in the Harvard experiments, originally with Leary and Alport, they used psilocybin with these.
Well, but they put them in a chapel on Good Friday. Well, so the set and setting then highly determined the trip. Yeah. Good man. Over here.
A couple times during the morning, and actually once last night, the topic of addiction came up, and I've heard a number of people say psychedelics can be addictive. I believe that maybe that could possibly be true. I don't know it to be true, but could be possibly true in lighter doses. But in a strong psychedelic, full-blown experience, I don't see how it possibly could be addictive. And moving down that same line of thought, if that's the case, then isn't it? I mean, aren't we really kind of using the wrong word if we're not making a distinction between drugs and psychedelics?
Well, you have to make a distinction between physiological and psychological addiction. Most addictions are psychological. Addiction to eggs in the morning, addiction to having your newspaper on time, and addiction to, the controversial one, I think, is cannabis. Is it or is it not addicting? And I've had occasion to fiddle with this in the course of my life, and I think the answer is fairly complicated. I think the answer is yes, sometimes, or no, but sometimes yes. A year or so ago, I was in therapy and had a lot of problems with my relationship and so forth. And I was in therapy with this woman who I really respected a lot, and she seemed very bright. But strangely enough, she knew almost nothing about drugs. And it was a weird thing for me to have a therapist like that. And she kept coming back to this thing about cannabis, and she'd say, well, now, how many times a day do you get stoned? I say, well, 10 or a dozen. I say, well, and how many years have you been doing this? Say, 25. She said, well, you must be completely lost in this. And it became an issue in the therapy. So finally I said to her, I'll quit. I'll just quit. Because the therapy, I quit. I said, because I am convinced this isn't a problem, and it will be useful for you to see that someone with this kind of a history of cannabis use doesn't have a problem quitting. And I did quit, and I had absolutely no problem with it, which amazed me. I had been whistling past the graveyard when I made these brave statements. It was no problem whatsoever. But at other times in my life, when I've tried to quit, it's been a real tussle of some sort. And I think that the setting has a great deal to do. I think we're now fairly addicted to the concept of addiction. As the evolution of drug attitudes has progressed, let's take heroin, for example. In the 19th century, the user of opiates was called the drug fiend. You were a fiend. This means the concept that is being evoked here is of demonic possession. A junkie has a monkey on his back. That's another fiend image. You're possessed. You can't stop yourself. In the 20th century, addiction is viewed as a disease. And once you view addiction as a disease, you've totally released yourself from responsibility to do anything about it. After all, if you have multiple sclerosis, we don't stigmatize you as morally lax and unable to discipline yourself. So if you have the disease of morphine addiction, well, it's not your fault. It just sort of happened to you, like the flu or something. Well, I think this makes it almost impossible to begin any kind of rational program of cure, because you just say, doctor, fix me. There's something wrong with me.
What I'm talking about, though, is like 5 grams of mushrooms or 40 milligrams of DMT. I mean, how often can you do that?
Oh, no, I think that's a complete red herring. Nobody can be addicted to psychedelics, only if they use them as though it were another drug. In other words, it's possible to take many doses of LSD, and what you are is you're a speedhead. This is not what LSD does. This is what methamphetamine does. All psychedelics in low doses appear to be the same drug. Mescaline, LSD, psilocybin, harmine, not DMT, because there is no such thing as a little bit, it appears. But it's only when you take large doses, effective doses, I don't mean heroic doses, but when you take effective doses, then the differences immediately emerge. I don't know. I think addiction is a disempowering concept. I notice there seems to be a backlash building. It's now okay to publicly ridicule 12-step programs, and you're not just denounced as a mad dog of some sort, because people have seen through it. I mean, people now announce their addiction to everything at the bat of an eye.
There seems to be a movement amongst AA, that particular 12-step program, that I've heard when I know people who are doing it, that are working with psychedelics. I mean, they're not drinking alcohol, but they're working with psychedelics. And there seems to be, I wouldn't say a lot of people, but it's fairly widespread.
Oh, well, I think that people who are very serious about AA are usually pretty open about agreeing to the power of psychedelics. I mean, I know that in the AA program you're supposed to be totally clean and not do anything, but I've had people who were major figures in AA tell me, you're exactly right on. This is the right thing. In the early 60s, when LSD was first being explored by psychiatrists, they began giving it to people, chronic alcoholics, and they were getting close to 80% cure of chronic alcoholism with a single exposure to LSD. Well, that doesn't mean that LSD is the magic bullet for alcoholism. That would be hard to feature. What it means is that if you take LSD, you are forced to examine the dynamics of your life, and if you notice that you're killing yourself, you will be inspired to stop doing whatever you're doing. I mean, it can be alcohol, it can be hard drugs, it can be that you're mean to your wife and children, it can be that you're chiseling your business partner, and on the LSD you say, hey, that's not a smart thing to do, I shouldn't do that. And then you can usually muster the energy to stop. No, the paradox of our society and its cockamamie attitude toward drugs, the most dangerous drugs we legalize. The drugs that do the most social harm, we create mega industries out of them. And then we demonize everybody else's drugs. And this is a situation that has been exacerbated since the middle of the 19th century. You see, we forget that all of this information about drugs has arrived in Western civilization only in the last 100 to 120 years. In the same revolution in thinking that brings Darwin's theory of evolution and an awareness of, let's call it, the relativism of culture. Suddenly we realize that there are Shinto and Zen and shamanism and Hinduism and all of these things. Also brought the arrival in Western culture of the information about extremely exotic drug habits or drug usages that were very localized until very recently. I mean, ayahuasca is a good example. In our lifetime, ayahuasca has gone from being the subject of William Burroughs and Allen Ginsberg's book, The Yahé Letters, where they actually had to make the equivalent of a spiritual pilgrimage to South America to sort through this. It's gone from that to Brazilian missionaries of these ayahuasca religions setting up camp in Malibu and Boston and Berkeley and turning people on. Psilocybin, an even more dramatic example. In 1953, the use of psilocybin was restricted to certain Mazatecan Indian tribes in central Mexico, thanks to the promulgation of home methods of cultivation. Now it's a standard item on the psychedelic menu of most high-tech industrial cultures. So we haven't really had time to assimilate all this and make sense of it. Addiction is simply a shibboleth? Is that the word? You know, it's a false boogeyman. I mean, our real addictions are to status, property, money, and power over others. I mean, if you got that under control, I think people's relationship to opiates would be a minor part of the agenda. But we love to demonize the exotic and to pat ourselves on the back. I mean, alcohol culture, cultures that tolerate and encourage alcohol are just besotted with alcohol. It touches every aspect of life. I mean, for instance, you know, there are certain subcultures that I think are more besotted than others. Academe is just a nightmare of alcoholic abuse and misbehavior and carrying on of the most bestial and depressing sort. And, you know, these are the carriers of the eggs. They're carrying the basket in which the eggs of culture have been hidden. So, did that get it? Did it get something?
Find me one more time that about academia.
That academic culture runs very heavily on alcohol. If you've ever been to faculty parties, or you know, do you think you could advance to full professor in the English department at Cal and Stanford if you were a teetotaler? I don't think so. I think you would be suspect as a pariah, not one of the boys, not a team player, you know. So a lot of hard drinking goes on in those situations.
That's also true of politics, too.
Politics, incredible. You know, Washington, if you want to go to a hard drinking town, you know, these guys that stumble across the front page of our newspaper are just the ones who get caught. I mean, everybody is juicing it real strong inside the Beltway. So, yeah, having a belt inside the Beltway.
Yeah, a couple of weeks ago, the CBS reporter Connie Chung, they were talking about when they brought up about somebody's mistress and all that, you know, one of the presidential candidates, and she said, if you had to eliminate everybody who had sexual problems or drinking problems in Washington, about 10% would qualify to run for anything.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, I mean, we now are fixated on people's sexual peccadillos in politics, but imagine if getting sloppily drunk were made you ineligible for high public office. I mean, don't forget, having one toke of marijuana 20 years in the past disqualifies you from the Supreme Court. You can't get near it. I mean, you're just a monster of vice. And yet, a clown like Clarence Thomas, I hope you all read the Rolling Stone encounter between Clarence Thomas and Hunter S. Thompson. Oh, it's classic. It's classic. The guy was such a beast that he frightened Hunter Thompson with his drug abuse, treatment of women, and antics. Anyway, anything else left over from this morning?
Talking about institutions being rife with alcohol, almost alcohol cultures, it seems that business is the one place that seems to be changing. That that it doesn't really work as well, and that the hierarchical structures do not fit against what the real day-to-day needs are. You don't have an underlying funded environment like government or universities where you live or die, and that these new models are taking hold, and that businesses are trying to transform themselves into learning organizations and keeping up with change, and are more open than I've ever remember being before.
Well, probably because they're very aware of the bottom line, and they're actually seeing the cost of alcoholism in their workforce, where, as you point out, government and academe, these are places where you feed at the trough of public monies in some sense. I mean, if you're a tenured professor, I don't know what kind of a drunk you would have to be turned into in order to get thrown out of a university. I mean, short of serial murder, they don't punish you for anything once you have tenure. Somebody had something over here?
I just wondered, segue completely, if you'd seen it play in the Fields of the Lord.
I actually had such an emotional stake in that movie that I listened to Lou Carlino, who wanted to direct it, and I wanted to be the expert, the consultant, that I didn't go see it because he said they ruined it. That it was just botched. If you've read the book, have you read the book?
Years ago.
The book is one of the most wonderful, it is, I would say, the most wonderful piece of fiction ever written about the Amazon. And without naming names, I understand these actors did a terrible job. And Babenko, who directed it, they thought they were so smart to get a third world director. But Victor Babenko had never been to the jungle. He's a Rio de Janeiro boy. Just because he did Kiss of the Spider Woman, that didn't set him up for this at all. What Lou said to me was, he said there was no sweat, there were no bugs, there was no grime. What kind of an Amazon picture is this?
And their portrayal of his ayahuasca experience was just pathetic.
I heard it was wide of the mark. I mean, I hope it wasn't wonderful for you, because here...
I enjoyed it tremendously.
Well, there you see, that's what makes horse racing.
I don't know. You probably ought to go see it. Just so
No, I think I probably should go see it, now that my initial disappointment has...
it's Hollywood. It's not... maybe throw out the idea that there should be any realism or truth in it. But what it did do, I thought, personally, was that at least it did give people, the audience, a somewhat more vivid and somewhat more accurate picture of this kind of tribal reality than anything I know of that's ever been in a Hollywood movie.
Well, how about John Borman's picture, The Emerald Forest?
It's a better picture of this situation.
More authentic.
More authentic, yes.
I didn't see at play, so I can't say. But I thought John did a good job with that, considering he had never had a psychedelic experience at that point. He was feeling by theory, and he got pretty close to it. There have been attempts in Hollywood to deal with this theme, most of them quite unhappy. What was that awful thing with Richard Chamberlain? Altered States.
There's one about peyote ceremonies coming out with Val Kilmer, Spirit Fire.
Oh yeah, I saw the previews of this movie. Yeah.
Well, we want to encourage them. I mean, keep trying, folks. They may get it sooner or later, but it's hard for them to handle this kind of thing because it's very elusive, you know. I mean, showing an internalized world, and especially, you know, one that is different from person to person, is very, very tricky. Anything else?
One last comment about the alcoholism and LSD thing. I was at UCLA in the late 50s, early 60s when Sidney Cohen was doing that research. And I don't think the statistics were quite as high as you mentioned. But if they worked at all, they say that behind every alcoholic is a spiritual seeker, you know, gone awry. And if LSD worked at all, it might be because of the numinous state that it produced, which is what the alcoholic was really, you know, seeking or wanting to touch.
Well, also, you know, there's a lot of contextualizing of drug experiences. For instance, the Chinese school of poetry surrounding Li Po, who was a Tang Dynasty poet, it was alcohol. Alcohol was their drug of transcendence. And these groups of poets would get together and they would drink heavily, and then they would declaim poetry, and scribes would write it down, and we inherit this as a corpus of sublime artistic outpouring. And yet it was created in an environment which we identify with a very low consciousness state. So yeah, it is a contextualized thing, definitely. So we finished with that for the moment? We can always go back. Well, I thought I sort of try to divide these things into different domains of concern, and I thought of the morning as sort of the sociological, anthropological, historical shtick. And then I thought maybe what we should do this afternoon, mainly because it's my favorite part, is to talk about the content of these experiences. Not only because it's fun, but because one of the things I've discovered in trying to wage this kind of career is because we are talking about something invisible and an experience, and because we can't all drop here in this room and compare notes, it's often hard to get everybody to the same starting gate. People have entirely different notions of what you actually mean when you say a psychedelic experience. Most people, even straight people, have had what they call a drug experience. They either remember the time they drank a whole bottle of cough syrup, or the time that, you know, they went in for minor surgery and were given an anesthetic, or the time they had root canal work, and everybody eventually, it's hard to live a life where you don't eventually get your mind altered. This does not set you up for the psychedelic experience. And because there's no consensus about this, it's worthwhile talking about the gradations and what is really possible. At the broadest level, you have what are called altered states. And altered states are any state different from the state you were just in. You know? So if you have a double espresso, you enter an altered state. If you climb a mountain in 3 minutes, you have an altered state. If you dive into cold water, altered state. And there are thousands, an infinitude of these altered states. I mean, if states didn't alter, life would be pretty boring. The moment-to-moment experience of being is an experience of altering states. I'm horny, I'm sleepy, I'm pissed off. These are all altered states. Then, as you close in through the concentric circle of this particular mandala, you come to, psychoactive, the impact of psychoactive drugs. Now we've eliminated jumping into cold water, climbing mountains. Now we're firmly in the domain of drugs, substances of some sort, and it includes foods. I mean, you all know what an MSG flush is like. Well, or do you? Does everybody know what I'm talking about? Chinese restaurant syndrome? Okay, well that's a metabolite, a monosodium glutamate, being taken in excess amount and causing an altered state. It's a kind of you could think of it as a drug. Anything which changes your mind can be abused as a drug. Jalapeno peppers are in many shamanic societies. People eat huge amounts of jalapeno peppers and identify the feeling as power. And they say, I am building my inner heat so that I can cure. It's a very conscious kind of thing. Well, then there are the more traditional psychoactive states of tranquility brought on by tranquilizers, Halcyon, Valium, there's a million of these things and they come and go, Prozac, or states of agitation, methadone, benzodrine, dexedrine, amphetamine, white sugar, caffeine, theobromine, the active agent in cocoa and chocolate. Each one of these things pushes you into a different state, which is largely emotive and rooted in the body. But when you get to before we talk about the psychedelics, then there are drugs which are mental drugs, which I don't consider psychedelic. And my definition of psychedelic is tighter than most people's. For instance, you may know about datura. Datura is Jimson weed and these ornamental plants with the large white bell-like flowers. Well, if you make a tea out of the leaves, root, flowers, or seed of that plant, it will turn you every way but loose. I mean, it is a completely disorienting, freaky kind of experience with loss of memory, confusion of sequence, delusion of reference, amnesia, projective imagining, so forth and so on. To my mind, it is not a psychedelic state. I call it a deliriant or a confusant. I remember I usually end up telling this story. What put me off datura was years ago when I lived in Nepal. I had this English friend, and we experimented with all kinds of drugs. And one day I was in the market buying potatoes and tomatoes, the only two things you could get in Bodna at that time. And I encountered this guy, and we started just exchanging the news of the day. And in the course of the conversation, I became aware that he thought I was visiting him in his apartment. He was so lost in this stuff that he didn't know we were out in the street, in the market. He thought I had come by his rooms. Well, I just said, that's too stoned. Nobody needs to be that twisted around. I mean, you literally do not know what is happening. To my mind, the psychedelics can be chemically defined, with very few exceptions, as indoles. Now, the only exception to this is mescaline. Mescaline is not an indole. It's a phenylethylamine, or some people consider it a cyclicized amphetamine, which is a phenylethylamine. I am not fond of mescaline. It seems to me that to get to psychedelic levels with it, you have to take so much that you're fairly rattled. It's hard on you. And it's hard on you the next day. And many people who are great devotees of peyote, when you question them very closely, it isn't the quality of the visions. It's some more murky thing. It's that they like hanging out with Native Americans. They like drumming all night. They love ceremonies. They like going to the Southwest. But it's not the quality of the visions. Not that mescaline can't do that. It certainly can. If you read these early researchers like Heinrich Kluwer, S. Weir Mitchell, Havelock Ellis, I mean, these are wonderful descriptions of full-on psychedelic states. But they were using pure mescaline, and close to 1 gram a throw, which is a lot. Most people, when they take pure mescaline, if you actually measure the amount that they're taking well under what is clinically considered the effective dose. If you look in the Merck manual or the PDR, the clinically recommended dose of pure mescaline is 750 milligrams, 3/4 gram of alkaloid. Very few people actually take that. And this brings us to one of the issues around psychedelics. There are a lot of wannabe experts running around who didn't take enough. Because you have to take a lot, not a lot, but you have to take a frightening amount to get into what it's really about. People who have taken, 50 gamma of LSD or 100 gamma of LSD or 2 grams of mushrooms or something like that, they are not qualified to hold forth on the nature of the psychedelic experience because those doses don't deliver it to you. What they deliver is the periphery of the psychedelic experience, accelerated thought processes, a kind of depth and richness to cognition that is unfamiliar, an ability to analyze situations from unusual perspectives or to reach unexpected conclusions. But I found this reluctance to come to grips with the full psychedelic experience, even among Amazonian shamans. I mean, people are reluctant to go the full distance. We were with shamans at one point in Peru, ayahuasca shamans, and I was aware of an admixture plant that was stronger than the admixture plant that they were using. And I kept asking this guy, what about so-and-so? Why don't we do that? And at first all he would say was that it's not for Christians, which was strange because he always knocked Christians. So but I kept pressing. And finally he said, we just don't do it that way. And I said, why not? And he said, because it's mal y bizarro, And I said, isn't that what we're shooting for? Apparently not. A curing shaman wants to be empowered to cure. He doesn't conceive of himself as a Magellan of the phenomenological realm who's setting out to circumnavigate the mental universe in an evening. And then of the psychedelics, they deliver differing levels of this. And then what you always have to bear in mind when you listen to me talk about this is there are physiological differences among people. You know, in the same way that person A can detect a compound X at 1 part in 10,000, but person B cannot detect the same compound unless it's there in, 1,000 parts in 10,000. We are genetically different in this area of drug receptors. And it's even possible, although it is also permissive of a kind of crypto-fascism, to believe that there are shamanic lines, families, races even, that are more or less inclined to this. The Irish are always singled out as special offenders in this area. The stereotype of the Irish is that they have a peculiarly intense relationship to intoxication and to little people in a nearby but invisible world. I don't put a lot of credence to this, but it's very hard for me to tell because I can only sample myself, and I happen to be Irish, although leavened with Sicilian genes to keep it from getting out of hand. So what you really have to do when you start exploring psychedelics is to try and figure out, what's the center of the mandala? What are people talking about? What is it when you arrive on the money? And to my mind, the compound that is most interesting for doing that is DMT. DMT is the most interesting in some ways of the psychedelics because more issues are raised by it than any other. Such issues as, I'll just run over some of them so you get a feeling for it. DMT is the strongest hallucinogen there is. If it's possible to get more loaded than that, I don't want to know about it. And I say so when I'm there. I say, my God, if you can get more loaded than this, keep it away from me. So that's it. It's the strongest. It's also the shortest acting. DMT, when smoked, in most people, is return you to normal in under 10 minutes. Under 10 minutes. Now, this is interesting because people who think there's nothing to this, who should actually invest the 10 minutes to find out what's, a 10-minute DMT trip is worth 20 years of academic pharmacology, art history, psychology, and all this other malarkey. Because then you just say, okay, I got it. Another very interesting thing about DMT is it occurs naturally in the human brain. Well, now what's going on here? He's saying the strongest drug, the fastest drug, is the most natural drug. It means that, you don't have to sail off into 3-hydroxy-4-pyridyl N-methyl marubishtik or something like that to get into the exotic realms. No, a human metabolite, which takes only 10 minutes to undergo its entire exfoliation and quenching, is the strongest of all. Well, then what is it? What does strong mean? What is a strong psychedelic? It's highly personal. Every psychedelic trip is. But what happens on DMT for a large number of people, we don't have any statistics, but it is a completely confounding experience. You may have had the expectation, you might think if you had never had a psychedelic experience, that it sort of begins like the Bach B minor fugue, and goes from there as you rise into the realms of light and union with the deity or something like that. That's not what happens on DMT. What happens on DMT I referred to this morning. A troop of elves smashes down your front door and rotates and balances the wheels on the after-death vehicle, present you with the bill, and then depart. And it's completely paradigm shattering. I mean, you know, union with the white light you could handle. An invasion of your apartment by jeweled self-dribbling basketballs from hyperspace that are speaking in demotic Greek is not something that you anticipated and could handle. Sometimes people say, is DMT dangerous? It sounds so crazy. Is it dangerous? The answer is only if you fear death by astonishment. Remember how you laughed when this possibility was raised, and a moment will come that will wipe the smile right off your face. And this death by astonishment thing, well, one thing about it, I mean, let me say a little bit more about it. One thing that endears DMT to me is, I like to say, it doesn't affect your mind. It doesn't seem to affect your mind. In other words, you don't change under the influence of DMT. You don't become a kinder, gentler person. You don't sink into, you know, a line of drool from one corner of your mouth as you sit there twitching. You don't change. What happens is the world is completely replaced. Instantly, 100%, it's all gone. And what is put in its place, not one iota of what is put in its place was taken from this world. So it's a 100% reality channel switch. They don't even retain three-dimensional space and linear time. It's not like you go to an exotic place, Morocco or New Guinea. It's like reality is swapped out for something else. And when you try to say what it is, you realize that language has evolved in this world, and it can serve no other. It takes years of practice. So what you're looking at is literally the unspeakable. The indescribable falls into your lap. And when you try, you're loaded, right? You're there, and you're trying to explain to yourself what's happening. And so this is like you try to pour water over the transdimensional objects in front of you, the water of language, and it just beads up and flows off like water off a duck's back. You cannot say what's there. And I've spent, 25 years fiddling with this. It's become the compass of my inspiration, trying to say what is on the other side of that boundary. Just 2 large tokes away at any given time is this non-Euclidean, non-Newtonian, irrational, un-Englishable place. But it's not smooth and empty and clear. That's not what gives it its indescribability. What gives it its indescribability is its utter weirdness, its alienness, its power to astonish. What happens to me when I smoke DMT is there's a kind of a going toward it. There's a sequela of events which lead to the antechamber of the mystery. I mean, you take a toke, you feel strange. Your whole body feels odd. You take a second toke, all the oxygen seems to have been pumped out of the room. Everything jumps into clarity. It's that visual acuity thing. You take a third toke if you're able, and then you lay back and you see this thing which looks like a rose or a chrysanthemum, this orange spinning flower-like thing. It takes it about 15 seconds to form, and it's like a membrane. And then you break through it. You break through it, and then you're in this place. And there's an enormous cheer which goes up as you pass through this membrane. Some of you may know the Pink Floyd song about how the gnomes have learned a new way to say hooray. They're waiting. And you burst in to this place, and you're saying, geez, this stuff is really speedy. I mean, that's like describing a space shuttle launching as noisy. You say, this stuff is, and you say, am I all right? Am I all right? That's the first question. And so then you run your mind around the track, and you say, heartbeat, normal, yeah, normal. Heartbeat, normal. Pulse, normal. Breathing, breathe, yes. But what's right here, and from here out is this thing, which no matter how much science fiction you've done, no matter how much William Burroughs you've read, no matter how much time you've spent in the company of the weird, the bizarre, the outre, and the peculiar, you weren't ready. And it's completely real. It's in a way more real than the contents of ordinary reality, because see how the shadows here are muted, and there's a lot of transitional zones from one color to another and so forth. This isn't like that. This is crystalline, clear, solid. You can see the light reflected in the depths of these objects, and everything is very brightly colored, and everything is moving very, very rapidly. And there are entities there. It's not about calling them up or the whisperings of them. No, they're in your face. And they're right here, and they're worse than in your face, because what they do is they jump into your chest, and then they jump out. And so you're like this. And you have to keep saying, keep breathing, don't freak out, pay attention. And the entities speak to you. And they speak both in English and another way, which we'll get to in a minute. But in English, what they say is, do not give way to wonder. Hang on. Don't just go gaga with disbelief. Pay attention. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to show you something. They are very aware of the fleeting nature of this encounter. And they say, don't just spiral off into amazement and start raving about God and all that. Forget that. Pay attention to what we're doing. And then what they're doing is they're dancing around, they're jumping around, they're emerging explicitly out of the background, bounding toward you, jumping into your chest, bounding away, and they make offerings. And they love you. That's the other thing. They say this. They say, we love you. You come so rarely. And, here you are. Welcome. And then they make these offerings. And the offerings are objects of some sort. And now remember, you are not changed. You're exactly the person you were a few minutes before. So you're not exalted or depressed. You're just trying to make sense of this. And the objects which they offer are like Fabergé eggs, or exquisitely tooled and enameled pieces of machinery, but they don't have rigid outlines. These objects are themselves somehow alive, and transforming and changing. So when these creatures, I call them tykes, when these tykes offer you these objects, you grok it, you look at it, and immediately, because you are yourself, you have this realization, my God, if I could get this thing back into my world, history would never be the same. A single one of these objects is somehow, you can tell by looking at it, this would confound my world beyond hope of recovery. It cannot exist. What I'm being shown is a tiny area where miracles are being transformed. And the creatures, the tykes, are singing. They are speaking in a kind of translinguistic glossolalia. They are actually making these objects with their voices. They are singing these things into existence. And what the message is do what we're doing. You can do what we're doing. Do it. And they get quite pushy about this. They say, damn it, do it. And you're saying, but, and saying, no, do it now, do it. And saying, I can't handle this, And then this kind of reaction goes on for a while. Well, then I don't take credit for it. It was not willed, but like something comes up from inside of you. Something comes out of you, and you discover you can do it. That you can use language to condense objects into existence in this space. It's the dream of all magic. But here it is, folks, happening in real time. And then they're just delighted. They just go mad with delight and turn somersaults and turn themselves inside out. And they all jump into your chest at once. And after many encounters of this sort, when I first did DMT, I couldn't bring anything out of it. I just said, it's the damnedest thing I've ever encountered, and I can't say anything about it, and I don't think I ever will be able to say anything about it. But by going back repeatedly and working at it, I think I've gotten a pretty coherent, well, let's not go that far. I think I've got a pretty clear metaphor, anyway, for what's happening in there. And I think a lot of people have this experience. When you talk to shamans, they say, oh, well, yes, the helping spirits. Those are the helping spirits. They can help you cure, find lost object. You didn't know about helping spirits? I said, well, I knew, but I had no idea, that it was so literal. Say, oh, no, that's the helping spirits. But then the other thing they say, if you press a shaman, if you say, well, what exactly is a helping spirit? Say, well, a helping spirit is an ancestor. Say, you mean to tell me that those are dead people in there? Say, well, yes, ancestor, dead person. You didn't know about ancestors, apparently. This is what happens to people who die. And you say, my God, is it possible that what we're breaking into here is an ecology of souls? That these are not extraterrestrials from Zenebel Ganubi or Zeta Reticuli Beta. These are the dear departed. And they exist in a realm which, for want of a better word, let's call eternity. And somehow this drug, or whatever it is allowing me to see across the veil. This is the lifting. You want to talk about boundary dissolution. It's one thing to get tight to your partner. It's quite another to get tight to the dear departed of centuries past. That's a serious boundary dissolution when that happens. What these creatures want, according to them, is they want us to transform our language somehow. And I don't know what this means. I mean, at this point in the weekend and in my life, we all are on the cutting edge, and nobody is ahead of anybody else. Clearly, we need to transform our language, because our culture is created by our language, and our culture is toxic, murderous, and on a downhill bummer. Somehow we need to transform our language. But is this what they mean? That we're supposed to condense machines out of the air in front of us? How does this relate to the persistent idea promulgated by Robert Graves and other people that there is a primal language of poetry? That poetry as we know it is a pale, pale thing, and that at some time in the human past people were in command of languages which literally compel belief. They compel belief because they don't make an appeal through argument or metaphor. They compel belief because they are able to present themselves as imagery. You know, William Blake said, if the truth can be told so as to be understood, it will be believed. And so these things and it's very confusing, because you wonder, you say, well, have people been doing this for thousands of years? And if so, have they always encountered this tremendous urgency on the other side? If people have been doing it for thousands of years, why is there this urgency on the part of these entities? And who exactly and what exactly are they? It appalls me, you can probably tell, that I have to talk about this, because this is not my bailiwick. I mean, I'm a rationalist who's just had a very weird set of experiences, but I am a rationalist. I mean, I have no patience with channeling, you know, the lords of the many rays, the divas, and, you know, there's this whole thing going around about disincarnate intelligence, and it's mostly under the control of fairly, shall we say, non-rigorous thinkers. But I like to think that I am a rigorous thinker, and yet here I am telling you that, you know, elf legions await in hyperspace, one toke away. The difference between my rap and, you know, the Findhorn folks or somebody like that is that we have an operational method for testing my assertion. We can all smoke DMT, or you can make it your business to now find out about this and see for yourself. And not everybody agrees with me. I mean, some people say, you know, it wasn't anything like that. But some people agree, and I think if you get 2 out of 10 agreeing with a rap like this, then you better pay attention. Yeah, somebody...
It was me. You said that no amount of meditation or anything else prepares you for it. And, I mean, I've certainly smoked a fair amount of DMT, and I maybe not 50 times, but probably approaching that, and I'm still not prepared for it. Each time it seems like, I mean, all the times before haven't prepared me for what I get into. Is there a point where you found that you are prepared?
No, you're never prepared, because in fact, and I mentioned this last night, something goes on in the DMT flash that I don't think anyone can bring back. There is, at the core of the experience, something is revealed that is so appalling that nobody can bring it back into ordinary reality. And that's why it's hard to understand, because, as Steve, you know, I've done it a number of times, and every time I approach it, it scares me shitless. I cannot approach it any other way. And it's physical. I mean, my palms sweat. I can't hold the pipe. My hand shakes. I wish I hadn't gotten myself into this situation. I fear it like death itself. That's the clue, folks. I think that what happens, and I've reached this opinion by reason and rationalization, not by direct experience. I think that what happens at the center of the mandala of that experience is that you do understand that these are souls. You have some kind of experience which converts you to this view beyond a shadow of a doubt. I'm not saying you meet your dead grandmother, but it's something like that. And that experience is simultaneously so affirming and at the same time so paradigm shattering that you can't retain it. You return to this world with a story of jeweled self-transforming basketballs and Fabergé eggs and a lesson in hyper language. But there is a moment, I think, where you find out something truly, truly paradigm shattering that you can't even tell yourself. It's such an appalling revelation. And the only thing I can think of that would fill that bill is something about the nature of life and death. That you actually go under the board, you find out the thing which nobody is ever supposed to find out in this world. And I suspect it's what shamans know. That a shaman is a person who knows the unspeakable secret. And once you know it, there's no going back. I mean, you become fey, enchanted. You're touched by the other. You now are a part of fairyland. And this gives you, I don't know what it gives you, charisma, magical power, healing, the possibility to heal. But it also sets you apart from your fellows because they don't know from it. They don't know. I mean, science can't survive in that environment for half a minute. The entire construct of Western reason disappears into that dimension like hurling an ice cube into a blast furnace. It just can't survive that encounter. If flying saucers were to land on the south lawn of the White House tomorrow, it wouldn't change the fact that DMT is the weirdest thing in the universe. Yeah.
What? I haven't done DMT yet. I'm very fascinated now. So what's you're describing this experience in some way, which somehow I think you're communicating it to us. But now after this has happened, 10 minutes of time as we know it passed, and you were saying that physically, your mind is working, your emotions are working. The drug goes out of your system. You're snapped back into, boring old reality. Then what happens? Do you know what I mean?
Well,
you spend the next week sort of trying to integrate what the hell this is about.
No.
You choke up the pipe again.
No, you don't do either in most cases. What you do is you immediately forget. Immediately. So if you talk to a person 5 minutes after they've smoked DMT, they're usually into saying, it was incredible, it was amazing. And then you talk to them a half hour later and they say, it was the most incredible thing that's ever happened to me, but I can't remember anything about it. And the fact that it's so brief, we tend to value things based on how long they last. Something which only lasts 2 minutes, once it's over, how can you say that that was the most important thing that ever happened to you? I mean, it is utterly irrelevant. It made no statement about your life, what you should do with your future, who you are, where you're going, or anything like that. It was just as though reality was rent. And you looked into an alien dimension. And then the rent was sealed, and everything goes back to being fine and dandy, thank you. It takes a lot of effort to stay focused on this dimension. I mean...
So I'm sorry, so let's say you do that, and then the amnesia happens, and you just cannot integrate anything about that vision into your personality or your mind. It's like, it happens. And it stops happening, then you can't absorb it. But then what must happen is at some time in the future, your curiosity is up and you want to go try to get it again.
Well, what it did for me was it's evidence against certain points of view is what it is. It says, rationalism is just vaporized, and that never returns for you. Only if you can completely suppress the experience can you ever return to ordinary rationalism. I mean, you've just been in a place that was crawling with elves. Even if that never happens again, it did happen, and you from now on must take account of that in your modeling of the universe. You now know that elves really exist. This will make you much more interesting to your children. You've been reconverted to a belief in Santa Claus is what's happened, and now Santa's gone back up the chimney, but you're left saying, God, he was really here.
Milk's gone.
Yeah, the milk's gone, the cookie's eaten. What the hell?
A couple of questions. Can you bring volition to it?
Do something in that place?
Can you decide in advance that since you've done this more than once, that you know, and you describe it as though it's the same each time, is it?
It's pretty much the same, yeah.
Well, the other side question of that is if three people were in the room doing it together, would they have, if you caught them in a period, or if you caught them immediately afterward, would their impressions of it be very similar?
I've sat in situations where you would turn one person on, then another person, maybe do 6 people in the course of an evening, and reactions vary. But also, there's a skill to doing it, and that's a part of the problem. It's very harsh. The smoke is very harsh, and you have to hold on to these big tokes so that if a person can't hang on to the toke, they're pretty much out of luck. I mean, it's a pity that it comes down to such a mechanical matter. This is why the best candidates for DMT, I think, are leather-lunged hash abusers. They have the lungs for it.
Well, my other question on that is, you have described it as an absolute phenomenon, but what benefit is there?
Well,
beneficial aspects of it.
To me, it seems like the beneficial aspects arise by extrapolation. It teaches you, and this is what it taught me. I mean, I will never forget my first DMT trip because I was such a case going into it. I mean, if you had known me when I was 19 years old, I was into Jean-Paul Sartre, Alfred Camus, Marxism, Freud. I was a jerk. And I came down from it, and I said, I can't believe it. That was all I could say for about 20 minutes. I was like in shock. I said, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Jesus, I can't believe it. And I said, I've got to go back to square one. All these people I dismissed, all these people who say the universe is made of levels, who say there are disincarnate intelligences, who say that death is not simply the yawning grave. I had dismissed all those people as crybabies and sob sisters, and I said, no, the point of view that I previously dismissed is apparently what's actually happening. So in a single experience, I was converted from naive rationalism, realism, reductionism, to my present position, whatever it is. Really, all I've done is worked out the implications of the personal implications for me of the DMT flash, and I've also tried to create linguistic models of it. So the worth of it is that it shows you beyond a shadow of a doubt that the world is made of magic. That's what the world is made of. Not natural law, not interlocking cause and effect, not any of these things that are normally assumed. The world is magic, not a little bit, 100%. Every atom from one end of this cosmos to the other is magic, magic, magic. Certain concerns just die in the first 30 seconds of the DMT flash and can never be brought back, to my mind. I've seen people who I considered what I call fragile. Some people are not good candidates for the psychedelic experience because they've been damaged by life in some way. And so for them, boundaries shouldn't be dissolved because their whole challenge is to keep boundaries in place. And I remember one case particularly, a woman who was a friend of mine. I really liked her, but I thought of her as fragile and not somebody you wanted to lean on in a crisis. She smoked DMT, thrashed, moaned, rolled her eyes back, gave all the exterior symptoms of really having grabbed on. After about 10 minutes, she sat up and said, "It didn't work. Nothing happened." I said, "Nothing happened. Well, you want to try again?" "No way. Never, ever again." So it did work, but the personality was somehow able to seal itself off from the implications, because the implications quite literally would have destroyed that person. It was a truth they weren't ready for. And I suppose it's wonderful that DMT saves you from that. I felt in danger of dying from astonishment when I did it, and I do every time I do it. I mean, I don't know how they keep the lid on this stuff. I mean, I think that this is the secret that wants to be told. I think that we are, in a sense, here involved in some kind of, I mean, I don't want to lay this trip on too heavy, but in a sense, we're involved in a little cosmic drama here. Fate has chosen you to hear about this. If you've never heard of it before, you're hearing about it now. Now, you don't have to do anything with the fact that you're hearing about it, but you have been told at this point. If you now go forward and live in your, mundane stock portfolio BMW existence, it's because you're making a choice. Because you heard from Terence McKenna that there was an entirely other possibility. You don't have to avail yourself of it. But I think it's a moment of great import in a person's life when they are told about DMT, because it's what everyone thinks is impossible. That's actually what it is.
I have a question. Would that be possible that with DMT, the mind gives away to the inner self, that you are seeing these things with your soul, or that you become your soul in a DMT trip?
Well, what I don't understand is why are the things you see so alien? I mean, you would think that we have 15,000 years of poetry, painting, song, story. How come there's no tradition of this? How come our folkways and our art and our drama are so utterly empty of an awareness of this? I mean, this is, to my mind, actually probably the central fact of being, or at least it's as important as sexuality. To go from birth to the grave without ever encountering DMT is, to my mind, like going from birth to the grave without ever having a sexual experience. It means you skated through life. You never got it. You never figured out what it was for. And that unnerves me, because I think what life is for is to figure it out. You know, life is some kind of an opportunity.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Terence.
How and from whom do you buy this stuff?
Well, they haven't made it easy for you. They've made it illegal. So that's really the question, is where do you get it? I can't solve all your problems for you, but that's what you need to know.
Is there any place that is legal? Any country?
Oh, it's legal in most countries. See, there isn't enough of it around. It's never been a social problem. They just made it illegal in the 1960s because they made everything illegal. I mean, if somebody is proposing to the DEA that a drug be made illegal, how do you decide if a drug should be made illegal if you're of their mindset? Well, the first thing you do is you look at emergency room admissions over the past 10 years. You say, well, how many people have been dragged into emergency rooms either raving or dying on this drug? The numbers for DMT, how many people in the past 15 years have been brought to emergency rooms? Zero. Nobody. Because it doesn't last long enough. With our healthcare delivery system, it could last an hour and there would still be no... you'd have to take it in the emergency room, and then they'd have to run to keep the emergency alive long enough for anybody to look at it.
Terence, have you noticed, is there any difference between whether you get 1 or 3 tokes as far as dosage?
Yes, there's something, you have to learn how much you need, because some people are very sensitive and some people are incredibly insensitive. And that's why I took the time to describe this feeling of the air being pumped out of the room and then the appearance of this flower-like mandala. If the flower-like mandala persists for longer than 30 seconds or a minute, you're not going to break through. You need to sit up and ask for another toke. And I tell people, when I turn people on to it, whenever I'm in some country where it's legal, I always say to them, at the 30-second mark, I will say, do you want another hit? If you don't say anything. You don't have to do anything. If you do, you must sit up on your own power. If you can't sit up, it's my judgment that you're too loaded to take another hit. So it's tricky to lead people into that.
What's the history of this? How long has it been around?
Well, that's an interesting question, because as a plant hallucinogen, DMT has been around a long time, but in the Amazon as a snuff, and it's what gives the visions to ayahuasca. You see, ayahuasca is a combinatory drug. It's 2 plants mixed together. One inhibits an enzyme system in the body called the monoamine oxidase system, whose job is to deactivate monoamines, of which all these drugs we're talking about are. And the other chemical in ayahuasca is DMT. So what these shaman in the Amazon are really doing is they are inhibiting the monoamine oxidase system, and that allows the DMT to be orally active. You see, if you were to just have some DMT and decide that rather than smoke it, you're going to take it orally, nothing will happen. It will be destroyed in your gut by this system called the MAO inhibitor, the monoamine oxidase system. But if you inhibit that system, you can make it become orally active. But when it's orally active, it's much more diminished and stretched out. But a very stiff dose of ayahuasca, you can, after about at the hour and 25-minute mark on a very strong dose of ayahuasca, if you're familiar with the territory, you can look around and say, my God, it's building toward being like a DMT flash. It is like a DMT flash, except that it goes on for a lot longer, 20, 30 minutes. I question whether in traditional societies anybody ever really reaches these reality obliterating levels. Among the Yanomamo, they make a snuff out of the seeds of Anadenanthera peregrina. And I've done that snuff, and it's very painful to do because you have to blow a couple of tablespoons of ground toasted material up into your nostrils. You can't self-administer it. You have to have a friend blow the blower, and then you scream, fall back, salivate, and by the time you've gotten your act together, he's got it loaded again for the other nostril. And then if you do that, after about 10 minutes of sitting and shaking your head saying, geez, what have I done? A psychedelic state will creep over you, a trip, but not the DMT flash. So I think it's an interesting question. DMT was characterized and purified only in 1956 by a Czech chemist named Sara. And it may be then that only since 1956 have people been able to access that tremendous flash. I have at times given DMT to well, in one case, a very well-known Tibetan spiritual teacher who shall remain nameless. But what he said after doing it was he said, they're the lesser lights. What he meant was when you enter the bardo, you see, on the first stage of the bardo, you see these so-called lesser lights. If you go beyond the lesser lights, you cut the thread that binds you to the physical body, and you then cannot return. You must head deeper into the death realm. So he said, they're the lesser lights. I've seen it many times. Unusual that it should be caused by a plant, but there you have it. Yeah, Kathleen.
When we were foragers and the DMT was in plants, did that affect our nervous system, or did it have to have the MAO inhibitors?
It has to have the MAO inhibitors to be orally active. Although it's a question, why did we invent smoking in the first place?
I was thinking of it not so much as a hallucinogen, but as a formative thing for the nervous system.
Well, definitely these things must have acted. You see, all these indoles, which we've been talking about, are drugs, but there are other indoles, which are growth hormones, sexual hormones, all kinds of stuff, and a lot of our physical expression has probably been altered by exposure to plants. I mean, our hairlessness. There are many aspects about us that are what is called neoteny. Do you all know what neoteny is? Yeah. It's retention of infantile characteristics into adulthood. And if you look at the ratio, for instance, of our skull size to our body size and compare it to other monkeys, we're like juvenile monkeys, even in the adult form. We appear juvenile in our proportions. Our hairlessness. Other monkeys are born hairless, but then they quickly grow body hair. We don't. We retain the juvenile characteristics. And this is probably, when you encounter it in other animal life, it's always assumed to be a response to mutational pressure. So there may be progressive juvenilization going on in the human species. If sex gets any more dangerous, I think probably it will be eliminated as a method of reproduction, and we'll go to vats. And this will further exacerbate this tendency toward neoteny. The way in which we permit and encourage a larval relationship to television. And the fact that television, the content of television is so idiotic. You know, they say it's now down to being geared for the average 11-year-old. My 11-year-old is bored to death with TV. So this is a neotenization that is culturally sanctioned. We're accepting a kind of society where millions and millions of people have very simple thoughts and spend all their time in a larval state imbibing manufactured data streams that come to them over the boob tube. This is not a pretty picture, actually. I mean, these people are not entirely human beings. I mean, they would, I'm sure, rise in holy wrath if they heard that, but they never will hear it because it's not going to be broadcast on any channel they watch. Yeah.
I'm confused about the Tibetan spiritual leaders thing that he said. Was that DMT?
DMT.
And is it your understanding he saw the DMT elves? Or?
I don't know if he saw the elves. He was of such a stature that I couldn't really hammer at him. He pronounced it the lesser lights, and I bowed my way out of the... Oh, because these yogas that these Tibetans are into are all designed to familiarize themselves with the after-death state. In one way, in one possibility, you know, like the notion of Tibetan religion is that what life is for is to get ready for dying. And that this getting ready for dying has to do with this metaphor of a vehicle, that you're supposed to build an after-death vehicle so that when you die and put the key in the ignition, it's not going to chug, chug, chug and then turn over and not go, because then you're in real trouble. You want your after-death vehicle to be well-serviced and fully fueled when you need it, because then you're going to drive off into the unknown.
Does that mean that those guys experience the same thing as others experience on DMT?
Well, what is persistently claimed for shamanism, and certainly Tibetan religion has roots deep in Central Asian shamanism, what's claimed for shamanism is that the shaman can travel to the realms of the dead. That the shaman is a superhuman, in a superhuman condition, not entirely alive, not dead, but has physically transformed himself or herself into something, a creature of the interzone. And this is the power of shaman, that they can come and go from the interzone. And how seriously we should take this? Very seriously, because we have no technology for accessing these places. There's a lot of cultural hubris involved in all this. We can't imagine that any other culture is in possession of any information that we don't have a pre-prepared file on. And I think that when you spend time with these shamans and really get into it, you finally realize Western civilization is completely infantile. It's completely hung up on the surface. It is not grounded in the dynamics of nature. We are childish. You know, I have heard it said, I knew had an Indian friend, and he told me once he was going to return to live in India. I said, my God, you're going back to India. It's such a nightmare. Why? And he said, I know it's a nightmare. I hate everything about it except one thing. And I said, what's that? And he said, people in the West are so simple. I can't stand it. And this is true. I mean, if you don't think so, go buy hash in the markets of Bombay, and you will discover you are such a child, you don't know what's going on. You're so easily manipulated and led, so eager to be friendly. You take everyone at face value. Someone smiles at you, you think they're your friend. The line I love, which you hear occasionally in India and in other third world countries, is, I am your friend. I am not like all the others. Yes, special price. Welcome.
Are you able to formulate questions in this situation? I mean, it sounds like you deduced that they may be souls.
Yeah, I deduced that. No, you can't really ask questions because you can on psilocybin with other psychedelics, but you cannot do that with DMT because they know what they want to talk about. They only want to talk about this one thing, about this language transformation possibility.
That they want you to do.
They want you to do.
That happens for others as well?
Yeah, a number of people have reported it. I at the risk of repeating myself, there is a metaphor in the natural world which sheds some light on this, which is, you all know that octopi change color. This is well understood. Most people think it's because they can camouflage themselves, and so when they move across the reef, they go orange, red, blue, green, depending on what's behind them. This is not what is happening with octopi color changes. What is happening is that they communicate with each other by changing not only their colors, which they can have a very large repertoire of color changes, traveling dots, blushes, so forth. There are technical terms for all of these, but also because an octopus is a mollusk, it's a very soft-bodied creature. They can fold and unfold various parts of their bodies very rapidly, so they can modulate what you see. So that, for instance, if there's a red spot in the equivalent of their armpit, by raising and lowering an arm very rapidly, they can flash you this red spot. Well, at first pass, you just think, well, isn't that interesting? Octopi communicate by changing their shape and color. But if you go back and analyze it a little more closely, something very profound is happening here. You get to it by analyzing the nature of how we communicate. We communicate with small mouth noises, and we are physiologically set up to produce small mouth noises. The average human being can talk for a couple of hours without showing much sign of fatigue. Those of us who train hard can do it endlessly. And what's happening with small mouth noise communication is an acoustical wave is moving through space. It's been formed by the sender based on consulting of an internal dictionary. And then I see the word for could you please help me? The words are, could you please help me? So they say, could you please help me? And then the acoustical wave goes across space, enters the ear of the intended object of the communication. They look in their dictionary and they say, oh, he's asking for assistance. Could you please help me means can I have assistance? But now what if the utterance is extremely complex? Then the object of this intended communication looks in their dictionary and they say, well, he either means that he would like to have an affair with me, or he means he would like the name of my tailor, or he means that his clothes cost more. And, there's ambiguity in all of this. And one thing we avoid doing very much in ordinary speech is saying to somebody, what do you exactly mean? Because we fake it. I mean, a lot of communication is, and you say, well, I don't know exactly. He said, I don't know, something. He wants something. What's happening with the cephalopods, the squids and the octopi, is there is no ambiguity. The surface of the octopus's body is the surface of the octopus's mind. The mind changes and controls the appearance of the body. There's no culturally sanctioned dictionary. One octopus can tell what another means by looking. And the meaning is biologically and genetically scripted, not culturally scripted. An octopus from thousands of miles away from where another octopus originated, if they are the same species, can understand instantly what is intended. So in a way, the octopus has involved a very complex linguistic system where the surface of the creature is its mind. Yeah.
You know the book by John Steinbeck, Sweet Thursday?
Mm-mm.
You should read that book. The main character, Doc, has a laboratory where he studies octopus, and he studies them in order to see if he can induce apoplexy.
Apoplexy encephalopoidia. Sounds good. You know, there are to show you how important this kind of communication is to octopi. The octopi evolved in the intertidal or in the circulittoral zone, meaning in shallow waters off of continents, in reef environments. But, you know, there's a lot of life in reef environments. It's as intense as a rainforest. So there's a lot of evolutionary pressure on a reef environment. And one strategy, if you're under a lot of evolutionary pressure, is to just go somewhere else, go where there isn't pressure. And where there isn't pressure, competition for food and stuff like that in the oceans is in the benthic, what's called the benthic depths, the abysses of the oceans. And many species of octopi have evolved into the abyssal environments, and they have retained their ability to communicate with each other in these zones of utter darkness by evolving phosphorescent organs that stud their bodies. So there are even octopi which have eyelid-like membranes over little lights that they can turn on and off at will, and then they can flutter these eyelid-like membranes. And if you can ever see film of this taken through the windows of bathyscaphs and other deep ocean exploration vessels, it's pure idea. The animal has disappeared. The animal has become its language. They never see anything of each other but their language. The body and the language have become the same thing. And I think that this is what we are being pointed toward. This is what those elves in hyperspace are trying to push us toward. Remember how I said they sing objects into existence, and the objects themselves then become kind of autonomous entities capable of singing other objects into existence. It's that in order to get the ambiguity out of language, we are going to have to go to a wider bandwidth. And the wider bandwidth is visual. It's incredible that this world of, nuclear powers and integrated global economies and so forth and so on is held together by small mouth noises, is held together by a method of communication, 90% of which is lost in noise and ambiguity. We barely can communicate with each other, and yet we have seized the tiller of planetary existence and propose to set the agenda for every life form on this planet, from virus to grizzly bear. Part of our problem with managing our situation is that we don't have a way of getting ambiguity out of our languages.
Why is that a problem?
Because you can misuse ambiguity. George Bush can tell us that he is the environmental president, that he wants a kinder, gentler America, that he feels the pain. I mean, that you would call this horseshit if it weren't so pathetic. Somebody once said language was invented to lie. small mouth noise language was certainly invented to lie because it doesn't existentially map back onto the surface of appearances. This whole, fantasy or hope of telepathy lies behind a lot of psychedelic imagery. Well, telepathy, when most people think about telepathy, they think of that they will be able to hear what you think. If they could hear what you think, then there wouldn't be ambiguity. But in fact, there would be as much ambiguity as there is in spoken language, because people speak as much crap to themselves as they do to other people. The only way you can transcend the ambiguity of language is if you turn it into something beheld. And I think that culture is the program within the monkey species that is an attempt to make language visible. And that's why virtual reality, which we haven't talked about too much, but which somebody mentioned as we went around last night, virtual reality holds great promise, because at the operational level, what virtual reality is it's a way of showing somebody the inside of your mind, showing somebody. And notice that when we talk about language, our notions of clarity, there it is, our notions of clear speaking are all visual metaphors. If you think you really understand somebody, then you say, I see what you mean. Or you say, you're completely transparent to me. If somebody is eloquent, you say, he spoke clearly. She painted a picture. What this means is that we have an unconscious bias in favor of the visual sense. It's what our eyes tell us that we believe. Yeah.
If your DMT experiences have revealed to you that the surface, the naive realism of our world, which you referred to on the first talk, is not the whole picture, right?
Right.
And it does not, in fact, communicate to us the important meaningfulness of life, right? It does not take from us the pain of existence and the fear of death and all these problems that all human beings have had as far as we know. Then why is visual communication the answer to these things? Why is it impossible to be deceptive, communicating in a visual way, and once you have the technical problems, it's just like, I personally am an artist in many different media, and I'm sure a lot of people here are creative, and the great challenge of creativity is trying to make physical what it is that's inside, and the technology to do it. Even with the problem with virtual reality is it's boring and it's clumsy and it's not a very interesting place to be.
Well, it's very young.
It's very young. But how does the...
Well, I think the key to the answer to your objection lies in the word naive. Naive realism won't do. What we need is sophisticated realism. The world is very complicated. I don't think naive anything is going to take us very far. What we need is a very sophisticated analysis of our situation. Every artist... Well, no, that's not true, because there's music, and some people say all art aspires to the condition of music. But to my mind, the visual arts all aspire to this elimination of ambiguity from communication. This is why I suppose if we were to try to create a theory of aesthetic here, I would argue that sculpture is a superior mode of communication to painting, let's say, because sculpture has an infinite number of points of view built into it, while the pictorial representation assumes a single or a very limited number of points of view. What we have to do is both contact our inner reality and then clarify our tools for communicating it. The culture cannot evolve faster than the language evolves, because remember we said last night, the culture is made out of language. And, what we are doing here at Esalen, or what you're doing when you try to persuade people to recycle, or what you're doing when you're trying to persuade people to re-examine their attitudes towards the feminine, is we're trying to get them to change their language. The bad people have always understood this very clearly. It's called propaganda. Lenin said, "Give me the child at age 7 and I will return you the man," because this seems to be how it works. What we need to do is clean up our language. There are terrible problems in English. The subject-object relationship. At least English is gender neutral. Languages which aren't are just, carry heavy freight in that department that would be very difficult to overcome. Our ultimate notice that our most powerful descriptions of reality are mathematical. Mathematics is an artificial language specifically created with the intent of eliminating ambiguity. Now, the problem is we can't all follow these mathematical languages, but we probably could if we gave it more effort. Yeah.
Terence, what vocalization and telegraphy are so miserable as tools for this all-important job of communicating, real communication. I've often fantasized in my mind that at some dim, dark past, this species had a power of direct communication that somehow was lost. So, sort of a Babel concept. It was somehow lost. Probably because of the overloading of the networks. That would be one hypothesis. In other words, when you have too many circuits going, then people have to dream up other ways of talking with each other. But it's so inefficient to talk. Our speech and our language is so horrible that I can't believe that this species started out with that.
No, I think that language was evolved in an ambiance of nearly continuous psilocybin intoxication, and that what we call poetry is in fact clear speech. Ursprach, a language so powerful that its linguistic intent is directly beheld if you hear it. And the Babel myth is a good one. We have fallen into a realm of corrupted language. And somehow recovering this primal language is the task of saving the human world. And it sounds airy-fairy. It's saying that poetry can save the planet. But very powerful bardic poetry of a sort that we haven't seen for several millennia.
Well, some cats, dogs, etc., evidence the capability of direct communication over
There's
infinite
nonverbal
distances.
communication, which is much more direct. In fact, schizophrenic children believe more nonverbal communication than verbal communication. A mother who says, "I love you," is, definitely schizophrenic and double-blind message, and that child will believe this versus whatever comes out of the mouth.
Well,
so
but isn't
it's not complete. It's not detailed, but we believe more what's in front of our eyes, just like you were saying. And we do have it. It exists.
The problem is that we have a drive to communicate all kinds of things which can't be done that way. They're more complex. And so then we've created provisional languages. But I agree. I think that originally language was to communicate emotion. This glossolalia that I did this morning, or whenever I did it, let me do it a little bit and then talk about it to make the point. Yidong huai huaxi kipipin e mundi kivi mangtiteekanklakat. Now, when you analyze that and make recordings and really analyze it, there is syntax. There is syntax, but there's no meaning. But I just did it, and I just did it at the speed of an ordinary conversation. What was happening in my brain when I did it if there was no meaning? In other words, what I did is I said to myself, take the meaning maker out of the loop, but let the language flow. Well, then from where comes the modulation, the tonality, the differences? Well, the only place it could possibly have come from is my internal state. What you just heard from me was the most honest thing I've said today. Situation reflected in a verbal exercise that was not designed to convince you or impress you or drag you into my vision of things. It was simply that's who I was at that moment. Ralph Metzner and I once had a notion of giving a workshop or a weekend in which half of all utterance would have to be in glossolalia. So that, you said, well, I'm a committed Marxist-Leninist myself. However, you say, oh, well, so he's a Marxist, but he's also this other thing. That's who he is emotionally. And then you could balance it. And you see, we suppress these internal states. We create meaning as a kind of community venture, but there's not much of us in it when we do that behavior. The paucity of words for emotions in our language is a clue to the fact that we have put too much emphasis on nuts and bolts stuff and not enough emphasis on conveying the essence of who we are. And so now we empower a special class of people called artists, and their job is to convey this essence. But what we need to do is make life into art and take upon ourselves an awareness of the responsibilities that language puts upon us. We're not going to save the world or honor the feminine or do anything worthwhile until we change the way we talk about these things. That's the first step. And, in any political agenda, the first thing they want to do is control definitions. I mean, if you define, this is what the Nazis did brilliantly. If you define someone who is Jewish as not a human being, which is what the Nazis did, they called them Untermensch, the underman, subhuman. Well, so you've changed the reality of what this person is in your mind. Now you can build ovens, deport them, put them in slave labor camps, because you've changed their essential nature by changing how you speak about them. And most of the changes we've allowed in language have been of this negative, destructive, disempowering sort. The curse of simplification, the easy answer, the glib reply. This is what our politicians, they say, well, you just cut the capital gains tax and it'll be fine. Everybody knows this is malarkey. It won't be fine. But language metaphors are being misused to delude and to keep some people on top and some people on the bottom. I think that the reason we're spending so much time on this is because I think that what psychedelics do is they catalyze new forms of language. People are still, the greatest leap forward in language evolution that happened in my lifetime was under the influence of LSD in the 1960s. And people now make fun of all of that. The concept of the vibes, the concept of grokking, the concept of an ego trip, the concept of a put down. These are all people didn't know what an ego trip was until they took LSD. There was no word in the language for that. And notice how much energy the establishment has put into denigrating the kinds of languages that evolved in the 1960s.
It's penetrated everywhere.
It's penetrated everywhere. Well, that addresses a different issue, which is the meme wars. You all know, I suppose, that a meme is the smallest unit of an idea, in the same way that genes are the smallest units of heredity. Ideas are made out of memes. Any coherent notion is a meme. Women should be respected. That's a meme. It's competing against the meme that women are worthless. That's another meme. These two memes compete in this society. One leads to a certain, believing one of those memes leads to a certain set of consequences. Believing the other meme leads to a different set of consequences. Memes evolve in exactly the same way that organisms evolve. Large ideological structures can be made up of thousands of memes. The meme of democracy is a very complicated meme. It makes certain assumptions about literacy and voting and responsibility and so forth and so on. I believe that what we're involved in here is a meme war, and that the best memes will win if the playing field is level. That's why we're talking about the psychedelic experience. If we don't talk about it, it isn't a meme. It's a private obsession. It's something underground. But we bring it into competition in the environment of natural selection for applicable meaning when we utter it. And that's why the beginning of any social change is discussion. Yeah.
I sort of wanted to share an experience only because it's remarkably like what you were talking about. And that is, once on psilocybin, I met an entity that was right on the picture plane. You know, it was almost annoying. It was like an eel made out of some beautiful chiffon with a dog's head, you know, kind of, and looking at me. So it was right there on the picture plane.
Oh, well, that's the dog-headed chiffon.
It was the fact that it was like close to my face. And the other instance was walking down a spiral staircase with what looked like plants, shoving things at me, you know, and I thought they were rude. That was my take on it, and it resonated with what you said.
These were psilocybin visions?
Ayahuasca.
Oh, ayahuasca. Yeah, one of the things we didn't talk about this afternoon is the sort of the ambiance of that DMT state. What is the attitude of these tykes toward you? And it's a curious attitude. They are not entirely friendly, or they are not entirely to be trusted. And if you're a graduate of Irish fairy tale literature, you know that fairies are very, very tricky. That's essentially their major characteristic. And their sense of humor and their sense of comedy doesn't always dovetail very smoothly with our own. I've sort of described the tykes as piratical. They, when I try to remember where I've had that feeling that I have in the DMT space, where in my life I ran across that feeling before, it was in Indian markets as a child, buying hashish for purposes of smuggling, and being conducted into these situations where everyone was your friend, but they had led you through such a labyrinth of streets and relieved you of all your gold and had given you a Coca-Cola and put you in a room and told you to wait. and said, we're your friends, not to worry. All is going to be all right. And it always was. And this is sort of the feeling you have with these things. And it came to me because at the end of this afternoon we were talking about memes. And I had said how these things offer you these objects. I think what they are is meme traders in another dimension. And what they want is ideas. And they sort of use the technique that we would use in trading with magpies. You know how a magpie will take a piece of colored glass and, or let's shift the metaphor, pack rats. Are you all familiar with pack rats? I grew up in the high mountains of Colorado where pack rats exist. And pack rats are traders. They will always leave something for what they take. And so the trick is to get them to leave something more valuable than what they take. And there are numerous anecdotal stories in Colorado about leaving a 7-Up cap out and getting back a diamond wedding ring in trade. Because the pack rats, like a way when I was a kid, we used to hunt treasure in old ghost towns. And the way we would do it is we would look for huge abandoned or not abandoned pack rat nests. And there in the pack rat nest you would discover watches, coins, jewelry, rings, and broken glass, bobby pins, bottle caps, all the detritus. So the DMT creatures are meme traders of some sort. And what they're offering, these things they're offering, are the equivalent of glass beads. They're saying, this is the sort of thing a quasi-intelligent primate ought to be able to respond to. Say, how would you like this? Say, oh, wow, let me have that. And they say, well, just a moment. Can't you give us a piece of your folklore or a chunk of religious ontology or a little bit of political philosophy? And then we'll give you the bauble. And so there is a trading. And what I intend to talk about tonight, in utter indulgence of my own ego, having spent the day denouncing the ego, is an idea. This is what they trade in, is ideas. And they handed me a very interesting idea in trade for something which I didn't value all that much, but which I think they really got a bang out of, which was I traded them the I Ching in its Wilhelm Baines translation, and they gave me a complete hyperdimensional map of time. And they took the I Ching and twisted it around and wired it back upon itself, and then handed it back to me as a gesture so that I could relate to this primitive artifact of my own culture in a new way. And I don't know how much of this we can convey in the absence of a computer, but I'm willing to give it a whirl. And in the spirit of the lady who just spoke, I will try to make it anecdotal, because Saturday night people have had enough of this stuff anyway. So here's my story. In 1971, actually, I realized after talking last night that I never introduced myself or did anything formal at all. The engineer was at my elbow and I began pummeling him, and then that just led out into the gray wastes of heaving rhetoric and never got back to anything approaching an introduction. And I've made allusions to my rationalism and so forth. But my story is sort of like the unsinkable Molly Brown. I grew up in a coal mining town in Colorado, and I was always a weird kid. While everybody else was playing Little League baseball, I was off in the dry arroyos near my home digging up fossils and, being maladaptive in many different ways. And the thing that I was always tracing or looking for was a kind of iridescence that adheres to certain kinds of matter, certain situations, and even certain kinds of people. So it started out with a fascination with minerals, a rock hound, and then that led into fossils. And that led to butterflies, which was a lifelong obsession until so much pummeling with Buddhist ethics made me give it up a few years ago. But resentfully, I must say. Buddhism is fine, but no one knows the pleasure of the capture of a birdwing ornithopterid in the jungles of Saram. You want to talk about hardwiring in the human organism? We've been insectivores for 9 million years. And there's a thrill there in the capture of a large butterfly that well, sorry to drift off into... Forgive me. Iridescence, yes. And so then the butterflies sort of carried me along for a while, and then when puberty hit, pineal symbolism overwhelmed everything else, and I got into rocketry. And, the compounding of fuels and the launching of these things from the local baseball diamond and airport at incredible peril to myself and the people around me. And then I discovered at a certain point, I had always been a kind of a science chauvinist. And then at a certain point I discovered art, literature, poetry, music, dance, theater, the whole of the humanities came flooding in. But the guiding aesthetic was always an aesthetic of the weird. I guess I should mention that I'm a double Scorpio. But the aesthetic of the weird drove me, and nothing was strange enough. I loved the science fiction films of the 1950s, and I was into the music of John Cage early on. And, of course, all of these things funneled me toward psychedelics. I mean, psychedelics are like the quintessential essence of this aesthetic of the weird. Once you get to psychedelics, it's like you've hit the main vein of weird. No more do you have to closet yourself in the attic with your copy of Hieronymus Bosch. You can now, move out into the real thing. So that propelled me to a lot of traveling. And traveling, I think, is second or third in importance in the human experience. I mean, I would say sexuality, psychedelic drugs, and travel. This is, my prescription for, destroying your digestive tract or something. And I went first to Africa, and then to the Seychelles Islands, and then to India, and lived in Japan for a while, and then eventually went back to Asia. And I had encountered LSD in Berkeley, where I went as an undergraduate in the fall of 1965. That was the other thing about me. I was incredibly lucky in that a kid from a cow town in Colorado, I was able to find my way to ground zero of the cultural scene. I was able to put myself at the corner of Shattuck and Bancroft in the fall of 1965. So the whole thing was just being staged for my benefit, I thought. thought. Well, so then I became very interested in psychedelics, and I actually smoked DMT early in 1967, a tremendously fortuitous moment in the history of my the development of my thinking. Apparently, SRI, the Army, was trying to develop a drug called BZ, which was an aerosol-delivered tryptamine that would, a hallucinogenic tryptamine that would be delivered by an artillery shell into a Vietnamese village. And while everybody was stoned on DMT, our boys would come in and kick butt or do whatever they do. And a 55-gallon drum of solid DMT had been boosted off the back of a truck by some Stanford graduate students. And I'm telling you, it was incredible. I mean, it's never been that good. I don't know what this stuff was exactly. A 55-gallon drum of...
Yeah, really.
There might be, actually, the search for the treasure of the Sierra Madre. So I had this benchmark, DMT. And I took a fair bit of LSD in those undergraduate years at Berkeley, but I have to confess, it was never easy for me. It always seemed like psychoanalytic Drano, kind of. And after each acid trip, I would say, my God, I'm not going to do that again. Well, of course, then 2 weeks later, I would be back to it. My style has always been to be a reader and to inform myself. So I read The Doors of Perception and Havelock Ellis and Weir Mitchell, all these people I mentioned this afternoon. And what fascinated me was how they insisted on visions, particularly Havelock Ellis's descriptions of his mescaline experiences, where he says, architectural ruins dripping with globular jewels, strange statuary leering from darkened doorways. And I said, hey, I want it. How do I get that? And LSD didn't really do it for me, although my most satisfying LSD trips, and this is just maybe a practical suggestion, were in the presence of good hashish. Hashish seems to be able to pull the pure translucency of LSD toward a much crazier, more psychedelic, more mushroomic-like place, at least for me. So then I went to India and I knocked around for a while, and I quickly became incredibly disillusioned with all of that. I mean, I don't know, folks. Everybody has different experiences, and you can only judge your own path. But I just thought it was the most outrageous con that has ever come down the pike. That, maybe millennia ago there was something going on, but it has been so enfolded by priestcraft and dogma and class consciousness and everybody's out to con everybody else, and there you are. What do you know? I mean, these people have been at this for 1,000 years, and you fly in from Malibu, sugar and money heavy, into their midst. Well, they know just exactly how to turn you every way but loose. And eventually all you ask is that they turn you loose, Now, I know there are people for whom this message is unwelcome, who are within this room this evening. But I'm not knocking Indian spirituality. I think that there is a great wisdom about how to live that these world religions have accumulated. The problem was I was 23 years old and I wasn't interested in wisdom on how to live. I was interested in how do you get as loaded as possible and then be able to talk about it. So went through all these experiences and was abandoned by the love of my life, and all kinds of things happened. And eventually I decided that the answer lay in the Amazon. And so in late 1970, I had been living in Vancouver, British Columbia. I couldn't enter the States because I had a price on my head. Not much of one, but an uncomfortable situation to be in. So then I went to the Amazon for the first time with my brother and a couple of friends who came with me from the States, and then we quickly made common cause with a woman down there, and she came with us. So it was 2 women and 3 guys, and we were considering that I was the oldest and I was 25 years old. As I look back on it, we were an incredibly serious and well-informed group of 22 through 25-year-olds. And our intent, we had all graduated from the School of DMT. We were all post-revolutionary Berkeley communard types. And we had collectively decided that the only hope lay in somehow getting into the DMT flash for longer than a minute to a minute and a half. And that the strategy for doing this must be then to go to the Amazon and explore these psychoactive drugs. And the one that we were interested in is one that even today has yet to become an item on the Malibu consciousness circuit, a drug called ukuhe. Ukuhe, it's used only by the Witoto, Bora, and Muinani tribes of the lower Putumayo of Camasaria, Amazonas in Colombia. Very limited geographic area in a completely remote part of the Amazon. And what was interesting to us was the anthropological reports were that they rolled it up, it was the resin of a tree, and that they rolled it up into little pills, and that they took the little pills and then they would lie in their hammocks and they would speak to the little men. And so we said, this has got to be it. And Dick Schultes, Richard Evan Schultes of Harvard, had already published on the chemistry of ukuhe, and it was definitely contained DMT. So we said, okay, these people have found the way into what we then called the beta level, just for shorthand. So the way into the beta level was to be achieved by ukuhe. So we put together this expedition, and we descended the Putumayo River, which is the border between Colombia and Ecuador and Peru, to a place called San Jose del Encanto on the Rio Igaraparaná, which flows into the Putumayo there. And at that point, it's a 120-kilometer overland 5-day walk to a remote mission called La Chorrera. And most places in the Amazon are historyless, but La Chorrera had a very dark history behind it, which I didn't really know at the time. And probably very few people in this room have ever heard of or know anything about what's called the Putumayo rubber horror. What this was a rehearsal for for Hiroshima, Auschwitz, you name it. It went on from 1912 to 15 in the Amazon, when, in a frantic effort to get natural rubber to fight the First World War, British banks bankrolled an episode of genocidal brutality that is remarkable both for the depth of the horror and for how thoroughly it's been completely forgotten. And what they did, these British banks, is they financed this Peruvian mafia called the House of Arana to basically enslave Indians over a vast area of the Amazon and force them to extract the natural rubber under pain of death. And there are endless stories of the atrocities. People had the soles of their feet removed by machete if they didn't meet the rubber quotas, and just nightmare after nightmare. If you want to read about it, there's the British Royal High Commission under Roger Casement. And that was another story. You see, Roger Casement was the last man hung for homosexuality by the British Crown. He had been the British Consul General in Rio de Janeiro and had exposed this rubber atrocity and all the collusion of British banks and stuff like that. But a few years later, he expressed Irish sympathies with the Easter Rising of 1919. And immediately the Foreign Office came forward with love letters between him and Parnell, the Irish revolutionary, and he was hung for being a homosexual. But anyway, La Chorrera had this very dark history of these rubber atrocities. Well, we rolled in there, and immediately there began the unfolding over just about a 3-week period. I mean, a very short length of time, from the 27th of February 1971 until the 22nd of March. So a period of just under 4 weeks. It was like the doorway was standing open. All rational expectation had to be put behind. It was as though our whole lives had built to this moment. And what we thought was a quest for an obscure orally active tryptamine drug, it turned out it was more as though something which had been with us from the cradle actually lured us to this extremely remote place where there was no way out, no radio, no communication of any sort, lured us to this place to then begin this series of unfolding ideas. And these ideas that were released in that 3-week period are basically all I've ever worked with. I haven't had an original thought since March of 1971, essentially. It's just been endless recension and reworking of what happened there. Well, what happened was taking a lot of mushrooms and being in this incredibly natural, beautiful, low toxin environment. I mean, there was barely even radio waves in this place. It was so remote. It was like our minds began to dissolve back into the order of nature. And we began to discover what the order of nature actually is. And it took the form of an idea, which my brother Dennis, who's the pharmacologist of the gang, although he wasn't at the time, he has gone on to become the person he most was before he studied the subject. Now he is a molecular biologist, research pharmacologist, and drug designer. Then he was a 21-year-old kid with a rave. But he proposed that there was a way to take these psychedelic drugs and to use sound to cause a small number of these drug molecules to permanently bond into the DNA. The term for this is intercalate. And it's known now, although it wasn't known then, that many drugs do this. Many drugs do intercalate. You all know how DNA is a double helix with nucleotide rungs on the ladder. Well, certain molecules, especially certain drug molecules, can slide right in between the rungs of that ladder, and without imparting any physical deformation to the molecule, they can change its properties. In fact, this may be how psychedelic drugs work. Now, we're at the edge of known physiology and neurophysiology when we talk like this. One of the great puzzles of biology, or human biology, is the persistence of memory. In other words, it's said that every molecule in your body is cycled within a 5-year period. That, 6 years ago there wasn't a single atom in your body that is now in your body. The form persists, but the matter is traded in and out, except in one case, which is the neurons do not trade out. The neurons that you're born with are the neurons that you die with. So then the problem here is memory. You can be 70 years old and have an absolutely crystal clear memory of your first day of attending school in that red brick schoolhouse 65 years ago. Okay, conservatively, 7 times every molecule in your body has been swapped out. So where has this memory been all this time that you can pull it up with perfect clarity? This is a great mystery of metabolism, unsolved to this day. There are several possibilities. One possibility is that memories are not located in the body at all. Although suggesting this is no magic bullet, it raises a number of questions, probably as difficult to solve as the original question for which this was proposed as a solution. Okay, what are the other possibilities? The memories must be stored then in the non-degrading part of the body. The non-degrading part of the body is the neural DNA. The cell nuclei of neurons don't change within your lifetime. Well, so then you take this idea to an orthodox molecular biologist or neurophysiologist or geneticist, and they say, well, this is just bunk. I mean, in the first place, you don't understand the concept information. The kind of information which is stored in DNA is sequences of nucleotides which code for protein. To confuse that with an image of your great-grandmother's face is to just, have such a mush of categories that it's hopeless to even talk to you. Okay, so that destroyed the supposition, but it didn't solve the problem of memory, yeah.
What about the possibility that what happens when you remember that schoolhouse 65 years ago, that you aren't remembering it, you are remembering the last time you remembered it, that you only actually remembered that schoolhouse once, and then every time after that, all you remember is the last time you remembered it.
But what if you haven't remembered it for 50 years? I mean, this happens.
But I'm suggesting that you're not remembering it each time. You're only remembering a snapshot of it. You remember the last time you remembered it.
But what if that was more than that length of time ago?
Yeah, that doesn't solve this problem of how is the memory trace able to persist. Well, so Dennis's notion was, he said that some form of superconductivity must be involved. Now, this was 1971. Superconductivity was not known to occur more than 0.3 of a degree above zero absolute. He said, no, there must be room temperature superconductivity going on in the DNA. This must be how the DNA preserves information. Now, if you know anything about superconductivity, it is the perfect physical phenomenon to use for preserving information, because no information degrades in a superconducting circuit. Say you have a ring of supercooled gold and you impart an electric current to this ring. That current, barring interruption of the superconducting state, will circle that gold ring with zero resistance for eternity. Now, the only thing which can cause the superconducting phenomenon to cease is if a high-energy source overwhelms the superconductivity, comes in from the outside and disrupts it. Now, think about the problem that nature faces with the genetic machinery. The key to life is error-free copying. Wherever there's error, then there becomes mutation or problem or incompatibility. So all of the strategies of genetic preservation of information seek to maximize the absence of error. So the perfect mechanism for doing this would be a superconducting mechanism. Now you see, the major cause of mutation in the natural environment is cosmic radiation, ambient cosmic rays, high energy particles that smash into the genome, physically collide with the DNA and break the bonds and disrupt the message so that it can't be copied. Superconductivity would be the natural medium to retard this process. So Dennis's notion was that the DNA was a kind of superconducting storage device, and that in fact what we call the Jungian unconscious, or the racial memory, or the genetic memory, could be tapped into, and that what a drug trip is a neurotransmitter that competes with serotonin, that then broadcasts off this genetic memory bank a slightly different slice of the catalog. Serotonin broadcasts are the equivalent of traffic and weather reports, where it tells you how to get around in the world and where not to go and how to avoid problems. If you swap out the serotonin channel for the psilocybin channel, suddenly it's the equivalent of Pacifica Radio. It's running philosophy discussions and classical music from another planet, you see, because the efficiency and the emphasis of these neurotransmitters is different. Well, so we went through a series of startling revelations and experiences using this idea, because he was dead serious about doing this and decided that I would be the likely candidate for what he called hypercarbylation. And that, we would saturate me with drug molecules, and then he knew how to do the thing to make an ordinary trip turn into the forever trip, by locking these molecules into their bond sites. Oh, and that's the piece of the puzzle that I didn't explain that you might not realize. When a molecule is superconducting, when a molecule is at 0 degrees absolute, it becomes superconducting. So if you can cool a molecule to that level, it will immediately bond permanently to whatever is physically nearby. So Dennis said, what you do is you take all these, you saturate your body with these drug molecules, and then using a complex theory of harmonic canceling, which I won't regale you with this evening, he thought there was a way to generate sound that would affect a very small number of these drug molecules and cause them actually to superconductively bond into the DNA. And then the trip would be permanent. The trip would be scripted into the genome, or at least for the life of the organism. And he suggested that if you make the DNA superconducting in this way, that eventually death is no problem. It's just sort of like a shedding. And you go into the rivers and the water and the air, and you become very tiny. You become the size of your DNA nucleus. Well, I thought that this was a very highly unlikely notion, so unlikely that since he was so gung-ho to try it, the best thing to do would be to just let it rip. And if there was something there, that would be interesting, but that I was willing to bet dollars to donuts against it. Well, he set up the experiment, he did the experiment, and he had made very extravagant and inflated predictions about what would happen. He thought that you would literally give birth to your mind as a physical substance. I don't know whether it would flow out of your nose or where it would come from, but he thought that there was a kind of superconducting, hyper translinguistic matter, he called it. He thought there was a way to dissolve the boundaries between matter and spirit and create an obsidian fluid that would be obedient to your own imagination, that would in fact be you. You would just preserve your body as a convenient reference point, but you would actually become this stuff.
What were you guys on?
Yeah, really?
I'm telling you. So I thought, sure, so try it. So,
what's to lose?
Yeah, what's to lose? We didn't come all this way for nothing. You say you know what you're doing. Nobody else has a clue, so go for it. Well, what happened was not what he predicted, but not nothing. And that was the great puzzlement of this experience, because what happened was immediately after this procedure was carried out, I could tell that something had changed in me. And it was very hard. It took me a few hours to figure out what it was. And what it was it was though a switch had been thrown. And I began to understand. That's all it was. It was, Whitehead defines understanding as the apperception of pattern as such. And suddenly, I began seeing things very differently. I began to see the relationships between things on one level and among levels. And I stopped sleeping. I didn't sleep for 11 days. Effortlessly. And every night during this 11 days, in the late evening, I would just become very, very impatient for all these people to go to bed, my companions, because the chatter of the camp would interrupt my thoughts. And what I just wanted to do was I would just go in the jungle and I would just put my hand on a tree and I would just stand and think. And think, and think, and think, and think. And it was this endless cascade. It was not like a psychedelic trip. There was no hallucination. There was simply this unfoldment. And it was like as though I was just filled to overflowing with gnosis. I would sit down on the ground and begin thinking, and I would lose myself in my thoughts. And when I would come back to my situation, I would look down in front of myself and see that while I had been thinking, my hands had built a fire out of small sticks. It was as though everything was cognitive activity. Dennis went what would be conventionally called a psychotic episode, but it wasn't a typical psychotic episode. It was a kind of turning inside out, so that he became, in a single moment after the hypercarbylation, it was like he ended up at the other end of the universe, turned inside out and headed backwards. And over the next 14 days, he came through a progressive narrowing of his what he was identifying with, So that first it was the whole universe, then it was the galaxy, then the solar system, then each of the planets moving in, then all life on Earth, then all mammals, then all human beings, then all Irish, then finally all the McKennas there ever were, and then finally the question was he him or me? And then he got that sorted out finally, and then he was fine. Shaken, but fine. We've now reached the 22nd of March, 1971, and I was just, I couldn't talk to anybody. I was in a very, 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 very strange place. I mean, things went on. Well, just as an example, because there wasn't much of this 3D stuff that you could wrap your mind around, but everything was teaching me. Everything had a message for me. And I would go out into the jungle, and I would raise my arms above my head, and I would call the butterflies into me out of the jungle, and they would come, first by dozens and then by hundreds. And I would stand there, and here's how the thought progression would go. I would call the butterflies in, and then it would move me to tears. And so there I am standing, covered with butterflies, tears of joy streaming down my face, and streaming down my face, and streaming down my face. And finally I begin thinking, so now what? And then I think, the people back at the camp who doubt me, those bastards, wait till they see this. So then I would go to the camp, and I was smiling, the tiny smile that only Buddhas can manage, and I would invite them into the jungle to see something unannounced. And so they would say, well, I don't know, you're just, all right, we'll go. So then we would go into the jungle, and I would raise my hands above my head, and I would call the butterflies in, and none would come. And these people would just say, oh, God, it's getting worse and worse and worse. Your brother is nuts. You have delusions of This is pathetic. I mean, this is a mind in wreckage. This is the green hell. This is the thing we feared the most, you know? And so eventually, and any of you who are self-diagnosed as schizophrenic will agree with me on this, I'm sure. The key to surviving schizophrenia in one piece and avoiding massive intervention by the mental health care authorities is shut up. Shut up about it. Do not talk about it. Of course you can raise the dead and heal the sick and divine distant event, but just shut up about it, or you're not going to make it through. Well, eventually everybody else sort of renegotiated themselves back to some kind of reality. My brother flew back to the States, and I was, in a sense, left in the Amazon to mull all this. So is there unfinished business from last night? Yeah.
Was the voice that was directing you on the time wave stuff, is this something that's under the influence you hear this voice, or it's just your natural, you just hear this voice whenever? Or were you...
Well, it's sort of, we talked last night about Dennis had this notion that he could bond these molecules in permanently. And everybody you only get to be one person, so it's very hard to know what it's like to stand in someone else's shoes. But going into that experience in the Amazon, I was a fairly disorganized, I don't think I had a very bright future, actually. And I spent my last dime to get in there. So there was essentially, it was some kind of heart of darkness thing where I was just pulling out all the plugs and sinking deeper and deeper. And since then, my life has the character of pure science fiction. I mean, I sort of became the alien ambassador and was given a sinecure and appointed to then, mediate between the other and a certain kind of person in a certain kind of society. So the weirdness never leaves me, to answer your question. But in a sense, this idea is completed now. I mean, there are always unanswered questions, but the complete metaphor is there. The mystery, I think, is, it has two sides. It has a profound side and an absurd side. The profound side is, is the world tidally locked with an extra-dimensional object of some sort that has sucked an animal species into history and is, revealing itself through the transformation of our flesh and machines? And if not, on this schedule of 2012 and so forth, then what does this idea exist for? Is it just simply that I have a peculiar pathology married to a certain amount of charisma, so instead of being locked up and dragged away, I can turn it into a marketable product in a very marginal way that allows me to keep paying my phone bill and stuff like that? Is that what it is? Notice that the idea is not designed to last. It's designed to auto-destruct one way or the other in 2012. So this whole ideological vision has written all over it, perishable, apply immediately, do not use after December 22nd, 2012 AD. So I don't really understand much about what's going on. It seems to me there are levels and levels and veils and veils. It puzzles me that life seems to have become some kind of story. It's much more a literary construct than it is the product of the stochastic motions of atoms under the impingement of the four basic forces of physics. Everything appears to me to be authored in some strange way. And I wonder if this is not, the spreading assumption of the psychedelic illusion, delusion, revelation, that life is in fact art in some very profound way. And then, being somehow fated to literature and the spoken and written word, I wonder, if this is a novel, if this is a construct of artifice, well then it behooves each one of us to ask the question, who am I in the plot? Who am I in the context of the story? I mean, maybe it's your story, the Shlomo Ekbach story, or maybe you exist to draw the bath for Milady on page 220 and then bow your way out of the room, never to be heard of again in the story. That wonderful line in Prufrock, I am not Prince Hamlet, nor was meant to be, am an attendant lord, will do to start a scene, swell a procession, advise the prince, careful, obtuse, meticulous, at times a bit ridiculous. Anyway, Are you that person, or are you Prince Hamlet? And then the question becomes, if you, the character in this literary construct, are slowly becoming aware that it's a literary construct, then is that part of the plot? Is this a story about a sort of Pirandello-esque exposition of the levels of personality as we rise into awareness that we are caged by artifice? Or are you getting out from under the control of the author? I sort of think that, well, one thing that I've sort of discovered as my career has gone through its circuitous and glacial advancement is that as you make your way into what are called the corridors of power, you discover they're remarkably uncrowded and there are no waiting lines at the water fountains. There doesn't seem to be anybody really running the show above the level which just makes sure that UPS delivers on time. Above there, where you would think there would be, in the captain's tower, there's a kind of eerie emptiness. And I think that means that one can aspire upward in this matter of taking a little bit more control of the plot. And that the goal is not so much to advance your character, act out your character, and by brilliant marriages or daring military campaigns or feats of investment genius to somehow begin to take over the stage. This isn't the way to move the evolution of the personality. The way to move the evolution of the personality is toward empathy and eventual assimilation of the viewpoint of the author. The author is the one who is in charge of the pattern and has some kind of a vision, which, if the author knows what she or he is doing, this is all being woven toward a hierophany, a catharsis that illuminates, educates, leaves us in a better place. And I think the payoff on this is if you become the author is sort of in the position of a programmer. The author can save or destroy any character. So if you become the author, you can write an ending that will save your character from the destruction that was inevitably built into it for you to get into this mess in the first place. You see? So it's now, what lies behind such raving as this? Can this coffee really be that strong?
Terence, when you were in the jungle and Dennis had his 14-day psychotic episode or whatever it was, did he take the same drug that you did? Did you both do the same thing?
Well, very shortly after we got into it, he didn't do any drugs because it was perfectly clear that he had no need of them. The way it worked was we had a series of mushroom trips. Well, we had walked all this way through the jungle, and later I had occasion to walk that trail again, 110 clicks, and it was so difficult the second time that I had to face the fact that the first time we had actually had like wings on our feet or something. We accomplished an impossible physical feat without even noticing that we were doing it. I mean, and then when we got there, we had a series of mushroom trips, and on the third mushroom trip, we were talking in the hut. It was in the middle of the night. and he was saying how he regretted that he hadn't been able to reach our father by telephone before he left for Colombia, because he hadn't been able to really say goodbye properly. And he was, this kind of unsettled trip. And we were all sitting in hammocks in darkness. And you could hear a Witoto walking on the trail because his transistor radio was on. You always know when an Amazon Indian is nearby because they're tuned to... anyway. So, not El Paso. But, so we could hear this Indian with his transistor radio winding up the trail toward us. I remember it was an ad for Costeña, la cerveza más mejor de Colombia. And then as it came and faded, then Dennis made this very strange noise, which was like a metallic, a very strange noise. And it was like that was really for him the moment. It came in a moment. And then we talked, and he was agitated all night long, and he kept wanting to go down the hill to where these other people were sleeping, and by morning he was saying, you know what we could do with this? And then he just laid out this whole theory of molecular canceling and molecular intercalation. But drugs had a surprisingly little amount to do with it once he caught the wave.
So you never used a kuhe?
We went through this whole thing at La Chirera and left at the end of March. And the woman I was with and I stayed in Colombia another month. Everybody else went back. And we wrestled with it another month. And I was quite out of it, I think. I believed that she would give birth to the word itself. And I believed that it would be a little glass fiance bead that I had lost in Laos 5 years earlier. And when she began to develop a round sore on the top of her mouth that was exactly the size of this thing, then I realized that this little object would drop down onto her tongue someday soon, and she would deliver it to me, and that it would be the Word made flesh. It would be the... Now are you alarmed? Now do you begin to get the drift that we've attempted to suppress so long? And I thought that this thing would essentially be a suitable second body. A repository. I can't explain it. I mean, it was the philosopher's stone. It was everything. And we were nuts, let's face it. But on the other hand, there was concentrically surrounding this whole thing, there were immense synchronicities. I mean, the world around us seemed to be mad as well. It seemed like we were caught in the infundibulum of the concrescence or something. I mean, it's now what I would expect to happen just days or hours before the final closure on that wave that we looked at last night. But in our local domain, it seemed to be happening for us then. And I was flaming. And it took me years and years to dial it down so that it's even as friendly and packageable as it is in the present moment. Because for a long time, it wasn't. I mean, it just drove people to the walls. I mean, they just said, I don't know, and I don't want to hear any, and I've had it, and call me when you're better,
Did you say, though, that there was a monoamine oxidase inhibitor reaction?
Well, we did brew ayahuasca, and take it. But I think, having seen it, having lived with shamans since then, and having learned a lot more about ayahuasca, I think the ayahuasca that we brewed was so weak as to be dismissible. Yeah.
Yeah, you had mentioned the transformation of flesh and machinery. With your understanding of shamanism, could you speak a little bit to shape-shifting, their idea of shape-shifting, and how that may occur as far as our endpoint here, our common endpoint, and also the computer technology that allows us to pattern these theories and perhaps bring us our own notion of authorship due to that, and what that means for our own flesh transformation.
Yes, well, in a way, I think these new technologies of information retrieval and virtual realities and this sort of thing are simply the engineering mentality following along behind the shamanistic intent and putting it in place in silicon and glass and so forth and so on. The persistent rumor in real off-river Amazon psychedelic shamanism is of this fluid, this stuff, which you can generate out of your body under the influence of these compounds, that is this translinguistic matter, this mind, this spirit matter amalgam, which you literally give birth to out of your own body in the and what the claim is that's made for this stuff is that it's like a collapse of ordinary geometry. There are stars inside this stuff. You can also look into it and see who stole the pig. You know, you can look into it and you can see how the fishing would be if you moved upriver. It's a cybernetic transdimensional medium of some sort that is generated out of the mysteries of the physiology of the human body. Well, God, this is so far off the beaten track from anything in the Western repertoire of conception that we just gape at the notion. And it's hard to get confirmation, but what they say, see, ayahuasca is all about group-mindedness, states of group mind. It's also, when you analyze it chemically, it's brain soup. There's nothing in ayahuasca that isn't in your brain as we sit here. It's made out of DMT, and it's made out of beta-carbolines like harmine and harmaline. These things all occur naturally in your brain. So, in these off-river tribal situations, people take it all in a group, and when the boundaries dissolve, there is a group mind present that is able to make decisions. And the shape-shifting and the mystery of who was it? We were just talking about the fallacy of misplaced concreteness. This is the fallacy which haunts the Western mind. For the shaman, you know, attention gathers energy to itself. And so you can create a projection. So the mystery, I think the mystery of shamanism and the mystery of the psychedelic experience is a mystery of language. How can we are imprisoned by language, and yet it should be our vehicle for liberation. And something has happened to our language through the phonetic alphabet, through the abuse that print has laid on to our thinking. You all probably know the ideas of Marshall McLuhan, who felt that the linear quality of print created such notions as the citizen, the industrial assembly line, the theory of interchangeable parts, a whole bunch of conceptions which we take totally for granted are in fact adumbrations of the shift of sensory ratios caused by an unexamined acceptance of the printed word. One thing probably worth talking about this morning is how do you get, is there hope in all of this? And some people find my rap very ambiguous because this meltdown point in 2012, which we slapdashedly sometimes refer to as the end of the world or so forth, seems number one, irrational, number two, despairing. Well, I don't think we can do too much about its irrationality, but I think living in the light of the expectation of something like that orders your priorities. And in case you didn't notice, we all have our own mini apocalypse built right in. You may miss the end of the world, but you definitely are going to have a front row seat for the end of your world. So, is that any less profound? Are you such a selfless Democrat that you're more interested in the end of the world than the end of your world? I think it's a sort of lighthearted way to follow the Tibetans into the notion that life is a preparation for the big D, although we don't have to think of it like that. We just say life is preparation for the inevitable collapse of the state vector into a biological hyperspace. I heard a doctor on NPR last week, and they were talking about cancer or something where a lot of people die, and he was saying, yes, well, it isn't easy to prepare people for the mortality experience. And the interviewer said, did I understand you to refer to death as the mortality experience? I thought that maybe that's a good idea. Kind of soften the blow. It's just one more experience. Well, someone asked when we first went around to try and talk about the future. I don't know if I made the point strongly enough. I wasn't sure I felt it click. And I think it's a strong one, and it's somewhat new with me. It's this idea that that we represent some kind of singularity, or that we announce the nearby presence of a singularity. That the evolution of life and cultural form and all that is clearly funneling toward something fairly unimaginable. I mean, I really don't think we can imagine our future, because when we try to project some little science fiction scenario of our future, we inevitably select a very small number of trends, and then we propagate them forward without integrating the forward propagation of everything else that is going to be happening simultaneously. There are options such as nanotechnology, the building of super tiny machines. Space migration was once an option. This seems to be fading. It seems to have been written off the menu by the powers that be. As the Soviet Union cracks to pieces, the human race's ability to leave this planet becomes a memory of ancient times. I mean, we could not return to the moon in less than 15 years if we committed ourselves to it tomorrow. So the space thing seems to have been taken off the agenda. There's nanotechnology, there's virtual reality. The present solution seems to be this enforced larval neoteny on the consuming blue-collar masses in the high-tech societies, and triage through epidemic disease and mismanagement in the third world. it's a huge mix, this problem of saving the world or halting the forward thrust into catastrophe. People say, well, why do you worry about saving the world? You just said it's going to end in 2012. I don't see that rap as any sort of permission for political irresponsibility or a lack of attention to world problems. If it's true, great, we're golden. If it's not true, and what a long shot it is, then we should still keep our eye on the ball with all of this stuff. Somebody asked me once, they said, well, why, you're always talking about saving the world, why don't you ask the mushrooms how to save the world? And I had never actually done that. And I did it recently, and the results were very interesting. I don't often get messages from the mushroom that I quake to bring into the public arena, fearing an avalanche of political criticism. But when I asked the mushroom how we could save the world, it hesitated approximately a third of a second, and then it said, every woman should bear only one natural child. An idea which had never occurred to me, actually, which I now have looked into. I'm the father of 2 children, by the way. This is a very interesting notion. The population of the Earth would drop by 50% in 40 years without war, pogrom, displacement of populations, so forth and so on. Another interesting thing about this suggestion from the mushroom is it requires very little input, impact, or management by men, this suggestion. Women have been powerless for millennia. Now, apparently, here's a suggestion of how they could take great power without asking any man's permission.
It's not quite accurate.
It's not quite accurate.
It's actually practically not that accurate at all.
Oh, well, tell me why.
Well, because there's 2 reasons, I would say, from a practical standpoint of being a woman who's still fertile. And one is no birth control is 100% effective.
Yes. Is that it?
No, and the second one is that there are women in a lot of situations, for economic reasons and political reasons, where there are men. It's just like there's men all over the country sort of following abortion clinics. So to me, it doesn't seem accurate to say.
Well, let me
in the hands of women.
Let me try and convince you. I took this simple suggestion, each woman should have one natural child, and I began looking into it. Then I found a demographer who told me what I consider to be the second piece of this puzzle. And this I had never thought of. A woman who has a child on the Upper East Side of Manhattan or Malibu or Berkeley, that child will have 800 to 1,000 times the negative impact on the carrying capacity and resources of the earth of a child born to a woman in Bangladesh because of the difference in material culture, you see. Well, now that implies to me that if you wanted to make a social change in the area of the impact of the human population on the earth, then you should not preach contraception and birth control in the back streets of Dhaka and Lahore. You should preach it in Malibu and Berkeley and Manhattan. Now, the interesting thing about that is that these women are the people you are most likely to convert to your point of view. They are college educated, comfortable, all the resources of media are available to them. They are informed, intelligent, educated, healthy people, able to, self-involved people. And so you can come to these women and you can say, here's the deal. We want you to follow a course of action which will increase your income, your disposable income, increase your leisure time, and propel you to the forefront of political heroism without contest. You see? Now, the use of resource by these populations, these women and their children, is so intense, the pyramid is so steep, that your objections about birth control isn't effective and so forth, I'll bet you that if you could get 15% of the women in that population to commit themselves to this one natural child thing, that within 10 years there would be a measurable margin of relief on the extraction of world resources. So that here is a way to back away from the abyss without nightmarish reorganization of society, engineered diseases, third world triage, all this other stuff. And in the first 40 years, the population would fall by half. Then the next 40 years, it would fall by half again. The amount of wealth that would be accruing to those still alive, everybody would see their standard of living rise quite naturally as a consequence of the falling pressure on resources. Now, why is this, if it's such a great idea, not being done? Here's why, as far as I can figure out. It's because nobody can figure out how you make a buck in that situation.
All the men have vasectomies after they've fathered one child.
Well, yes, the method, how you achieve it, is debatable. I think men should cooperate with the effort, but the point is this one natural child per mother. Now, you see, the first argument you hear is that this is bad for children, but the average American family is under 3 children. Most people have 2 children. Now, what's the history of having 2 children? Having 2 children has nothing to do with traditional family patterns or human child rearing. 2 children is a compromise between the natural family of 6 to 8 and the demands of the Industrial Revolution and the guilt of Christian civilization. 2 children is a horrible number of children to have. Mostly when you have 2 children, they fight like cats and dogs. And it's just a horrible compromise between the way people used to have huge extended families and the Industrial Revolution's preference for your having actually as few children as possible to make you a more efficient worker. Well, this is a peculiarly nuts and bolts suggestion. It's not airy-fairy at all, and yet it would work. And it's the only other thing I've thought of besides mass dosing of the population with psilocybin that seems to be a humane way to put the brakes on, because we have real problems, folks. We are very insulated, but if you saw the data on the ozone hole last week, they've been wailing about the ozone hole for 5 or 6 years, saying that it's disappearing at a rate of 4% a year. Well, then last week they announced that 40% of it disappeared in the last 6 months. This should have been, a special meeting of the United Nations with all heads of state attending, a complete emergency. Instead, who Bill Clinton is screwing pushed it off the front page. This is the kind of shit-for-brains society that we're living in. So, we have real problems, and I have never heard a plan for pulling back from the abyss that had less coercion and less ideological freight to it than this one woman, one child thing. You see, it doesn't address politics. It addresses biology. It is overpopulation is what's driving us crazy. All other problems, toxic waste disposal, epidemic disease, resource extraction, degradation of the environment, collapse of the atmosphere, inability to satisfy third world aspirations, all of these problems are population problems. And capitalism doesn't want to talk about it because capitalism is not a human being. Capitalism is a Moloch, a god, a god of bloody sacrifice that sees human beings as ants. And the more ants there are, the more offerings there can be to Moloch. But this is not a good situation for us ants. And capitalism is a gun pointed at the head of global civilization. If you read the theoreticians of capitalism, Adam Smith and so forth, capitalism assumes an unlimited exploitable frontier. There is no such creature. So it has turned pathological. The only frontier now left to exploit is not a frontier in space, but a frontier in time. We steal the future from our children by plunging massively deeper and deeper into debt. But this frontier, the end is in sight. And when we hit that wall, we will join the Eastern Bloc in a fundamental reappraisal of our situation. Democracy, I believe in. I think democracy is the psychedelic form of government because I don't see it as a product of rational thought. I see it as institutionalized anarchy. Democracy is biology managed for human purposes. It honors the biological unit. It takes the biological unit and gives it a vote. And that's a way for Mother Nature to then enter into human history. I'm fairly mystical about democracy, sort of like William Blake.
What about the experiment in China on one child, one woman?
Well, I think it was very coercive, and I think it shows that it's silly to preach it to poor women in rural populations. You want to preach it to educated urban women who can evaluate it from many different points of view. You don't want it to be coercive. I think if you tried to do it from the top down, meaning through these college-educated wealthy women first, that the visible benefit of it would make it the very chic thing to do throughout the world. The reason people have large families in the third world is because they fear for their security in their old age. You must provide an alternative to that anxiety that is believable, or they're not going to go for it,
Here as well, not just in the...
Here as well, but to a somewhat lesser degree. But yes, you're right.
How are you preparing for 2012 yourself personally?
Well, by going way out on a limb, I guess. People ask me, what'll you do if nothing happens in 2012? Well, by God-sent coincidence, my 65th birthday occurs a month before the date, so then I think I'll just steal away in disgrace and find myself a girl on an island who runs fish traps and disappear forever. As to what I do in the meantime, I should make it clear, I don't believe this stuff. I find believing in these high-flown, complicated synthetic systems to come off sort of like pathology. So I entertain ideas, but I don't give belief over. I'm very amazed by the time wave. It continuously surprises and delights me, and I don't know, very few people are obviously as into it as I am, but it's proof enough as far as I'm concerned. I mean, it's all I ever would have asked for. It's a gem from the other. It's Aladdin's lamp. It's what I wanted, and I got it. At one point in La Chorrera, naturally this question arose in our group: why us? Why us? Why are the aliens revealing the unified field theory of space and time to us? And the mushroom just replied without hesitation, because you don't believe in anything. And that apparently is what's required. Do you all know that Van Morrison song about no guru, no method, no teacher, just you and me and nature in the garden? In the garden? I think that's actually where it's at. So what I do between now and 2012 is I'm a meme spreader, a meme replicator.
A meme is a terrible thing to waste.
A meme is a terrible thing to waste. And the purpose of these teaching things is to turn you into fellow replicators of the meme. I mean, I see it all in the metaphors of molecular biology. I have a new sequence of codons here, and I want to insert it into each one of you without error in copying, and then you should go forth and tell other people and copy it into their head, and this meme will spread, because we cannot evolve faster than our language. The edge of being is the edge of meaning, and somehow we have to push the edge of meaning. We have to extend it. We have to, because if we appear to be confronted by insoluble problems, it's because we have the wrong language for dealing with this problem. You learn that with computers. Certain languages are good for certain kinds of problems. And we have to constantly evolve language and push it forward. And the way I think of the psychedelics is they are catalysts to the imagination. I mean, that's what they were back 100,000 years ago. The imagination, which was just this glimmering, this iridescence on the surface of ape cognition, was under the influence of the reciprocal feedback of self-reflection, that is created by watching your own mind, because it has suddenly become interesting, because it has suddenly been flooded by a psychoactive amine. That iridescence has been coaxed into language, art, architecture, music, poetry, the whole ball of wax. But now we know these things. It's no longer a sort of haphazard process. We can, by analyzing different kinds of cultures existing in the world today and cultures that existed in the past, we can uncover, reveal, unravel the lost secret of our origins. And I think, I haven't talked too much this weekend, but I'm very keen for the notion of what I call the archaic revival. And the archaic revival is this overarching metaphor that is the way for us to go to save our necks at this point. When a culture gets into trouble, instinctively what it does is it goes back through its own past until it finds a moment where things seem to make sense. And then it brings that moment forward into the present. As the perfect example is when medieval Christianity no longer made sense to a major proportion or percentage of the people of Western Europe because of the rise of new kinds of classes, new forms of wealth, new information about the world outside Europe. When the medieval vision lost its power, the intellectuals of that time instinctively reached backwards into the past, looking for a stable model. And finally they reached the golden age of Periclean Athens. And there they found Plato, Aristotle, the dramatists, so forth, and they created classicism. Now notice that we're talking here about the 1400s. Classicism was brought to birth in the 1400s, 2,000 years after the death of Plato. And we are still, to a tremendous degree, we are the children of this classical revival, which we call the Renaissance. Our theories of law, our theories of government, our notion of justice, our notions of city planning, of architecture, of military planning, and so forth and so on, are all drawn from classical Greek and Roman models that were brought back from the dead 500 years ago by a bunch of Italian investment bankers who thought this was a good model to build on, to hang their civilization on. And now this has run out. The contradictions are too extreme. This classicism, I don't want to say it's failed, but it has just taken us as far as it can go. So now we confront great existential confusion. We confront cultural values completely different from our own, such as rainforest aborigines and so forth. We confront the toxic legacy of modern science, the retreating species counts of the earth, the decaying atmosphere, all these things. So we must now reach far back into time for a new cultural model. Our crisis is so great that we have to reach back to the High Paleolithic, to the moment immediately before the invention of agriculture and the creation of the dominator ego. And I see, people talk about the new age and the new paradigm and this and that. Well, it's larger than that. It's been going on throughout the 20th century. The discovery of the purification of mescaline in Berlin in 1897. Freud begins to publish around the turn of the century. Jung, they are discovering the primitive unconscious. They are revealing to Edvardian and Viennese ladies and gentlemen of great culture and breeding that they have inside them, brawling, incestuous, violent, lust-driven animal natures. In other words, they are reintroducing an awareness of the primitive into this tremendously constipated, male-dominated, late 19th century, post-Victorian cultural milieu. And then, following hard upon them, the Impressionists in the 1880s giving way to analytical cubism, and all the cubism arose as a result of the fascination of a few artists with primitive African masks. Picasso and his circle, and when they brought this stuff back to Paris in 1905 through 15, nobody had ever seen this kind of thing. And these guys began trying to deconstruct the pictorial space of people like Degas and those people into the pictorial space of the primitive mentality. Meanwhile, anthropologists were bringing in, and Fraser published The Golden Bough, which laid before the European intellectual community this vast repository of integrated mythology. National Socialism, surrealism, all of these things, some negative, some positive, are all aspects of this, the 20th century fascination and revivification of the primitive. Rock and roll, the rise of sexual permissiveness, the rise of styles of dancing which were not this, the minuet and so forth. All of this signals this fascination with the primitive, but at the center of it stand two phenomena, or two integrated phenomena. The personality of the shaman and the fact of the psychedelic experience. And we've come late to that. The 1960s is when this theme was first announced for any large number of people. And I think, that we have to deconstruct, consciously deconstruct this constipated, classical, industrial, linear, dominator civilization that we're trapped inside, because it's a vehicle we can't steer. It's glued to the tracks which run right over the cliff. If we cannot alter the assumptions of this society, if the George Bushes and Helmut Kohls of this world are going to continue to run things, then, head for the bunkers, folks, and pray, because the bunkers aren't going to be any consolation. Yeah.
I'm listening very closely to you for a few days. And I hear what you're saying here, and I'm trying to formulate a question. I guess my question is, and maybe it's a political question, because there's so many people who at this moment, although they recognize that not all is well in Dodge, they're reasonably comfortable still. They have a certain amount of self-image and wealth and personality invested in this terrible, corrupt system. And by and large, they're the ones who are at the reins and control the resources. How does the archaic revival be made attractive and seductive and pleasurable and ecstatic to these people especially? Not to mention, the influx of sort of Latino economic refugees into the country who just want a television set, man.
Yeah, well, this is a real problem, that the third world people can only aspire to the example they've been given, and it's an example of consumerism and so forth.
And it's may I just say?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's an example not only of consumerism, but of a certain freedom and liberation of human expressiveness and spirit that they perceive. It's not all that people are fucked up. They look at America and this consumer culture, and they see the good parts.
Well, I think that you can't reform human nature. So what we have to do then is dematerialize the culture in some way. And I don't talk too much about this because, frankly, I haven't really got a clue as to how you would do that. I mean, I know there's nanotechnology and so forth and so on, but what we need to do is take the matter out of thingdom, so that everybody can live in the Frank Lloyd Wright waterfall house. I mean, it costs $9.95, and you buy it at the 7-Eleven and take it home and slap it on, and you can live in it. So that's why I'm interested. That's why I, in spite of my nature boy thrust in most contexts, I'm very interested in virtual reality and the idea of making the imagination explicit or interiorizing the exterior world. I mean, one vision that I've had of a kind of future utopia is, it opens on a world which looks like our world of 10,000 years ago. I mean, people live tribally, they are physically perfect, they are naked, they want for nothing, but they appear to have no material culture whatsoever. Then when you shift your point of view so that you're inside one of these people's heads, you discover that when they close their eyes, there are menus hanging in space in front of them. And by glancing at these menus with a certain intensity, they are able to make their way into a culture that is entirely three-dimensionally present for them, but which nowhere impinges on the world of three-dimensional space. It's sort of the idea that you could have the Vatican Library installed optionally when you have dental work, and then just by pushing your tongue over there, why, you could view the Fabrianos or whatever. I don't think this is that far-fetched. I mean, a lot of money is going toward this. Money can be made from this. And remember, I was saying that we have to figure out, unless we're ready to, hang the rascals, then we're going to have to figure out some way to make money out of saving the world so that capitalism can cease its rapacious destruction of things. And I think these entertainment technologies are the way to go. I think that what we should all be trading in 15 or 20 years from now is ideas. And ideas should be worth more than anything. And this is happening. I mean, I was impressed at this. There was a virtual reality conference here last summer, and a number of people came from Fujitsu. And the Japanese are not dragging their ass on this stuff the way we are. They understand what it is. And Fujitsu has a research team of 30 people who work full-time on virtual reality. And their data sampling rates and their equipment was far superior to anything here. The Japanese culture is an excellent model for this future that we're trying to move into, because what the Japanese seem to understand that nobody else understands is they've had centuries of experience with limited resource management. And, our style is, cut it down, dig it out, and when it's gone, move on. And now we're at the end of our rope with that. We have to manage this thing like a spaceship, limited resources. Yeah.
Isn't looking at the context of the purpose that the events, a presumed purpose for the sequence of events or history or transformation, and technology and the evolution of technology being the driver that's now allowing all of these things as being, what else can you expect to have happened that with that kind of power and with a monkey brain, what else would it do than just what it's done?
That's right.
And do you see this as a not necessarily something to take apart to undo a wrong, but as a necessary intermediate or mediation toward a future that is being created through these stresses that this technology has set up?
Yeah, history is just a 25,000-year dash from the trees to the starship. And while it's going on, it's wild and woolly. But it only lasts like that. And then you're in the starship. because we are like bacteria or something in the shortness of our lifespan, to us, 25,000 years, you can get lost in the middle of that and you can't see either end. But from the point of view of a species, it's just instantaneous. Anyway, these are the ravings of an unhinged mind. I noticed last week, speaking of unhinged minds, did any of you see Science News with the cover Cretaceous catastrophe that shows an asteroid impacting the Earth? You know, this thing happened 65 million years ago. It's now pretty well confirmed that a very large object collided with the Earth and laid down a layer of iridium isotope that you can find in sedimentary material all over the world at a certain stratigraphic level. It's called the KT boundary, the Cretaceous Tertiary boundary. 65 million years ago, everything on this planet larger than a chicken died. And some people think in a single moment, in a single cataclysmic impact. But what was interesting about this Science News article was they were saying there is puzzling data on the KT boundary, because it does appear that there was this immense impact and catastrophe, but what's peculiar is there appears to have been a major dieback of species underway before the impact. That in the million years preceding the impact, there was some kind of echo crisis on the planet. And then this asteroid struck. And I thought, it had never occurred to me before, I thought, well, two possibilities occurred to me. Is it possible, you know, the dinosaurs that we find are the lumbering, enormous ones, but it's always agreed that there were a vast number of small-boned, gray-seal dinosaurs that were much smaller. Is it possible that there was a breakout of intelligence in the Saurian line, and that as we were able to emerge in just under 3 million years, is it possible that there was an intelligent species of a reptilian sort that was actually evolving a technical civilization, which then caused this dieback of species? I mean, this had never occurred to me before, and then it was wiped out by this impact. Although whenever you have intelligent life in the presence of large explosions, a safe bet is that the intelligent life is responsible for the large explosions. So it may be that there was war in heaven 60 million years ago. The other possibility, which occurred to me second, was one scenario for solving our problem is a mass migration into the past. That if we could, you know, we could literally dump this whole scene and go 100 million years into the past of the planet and set up there in a confined zone. If it were only 10,000 years deep, it would never show in any fossil record. It would just be, you know, this, if we held ourselves to a 10,000 year wide window, that's such a brief period of time and so long ago that we would basically just appear to have disappeared. Anyway, I'm constantly churning through this stuff, trying to understand. I think this is a haunted planet, and we are a haunted species. This business of these asteroidal impacts, you see, as an aficionado of novelty, somebody who can project 500 million years on a computer screen, and at 500 million years, the only kind of novelty you're tracking is biological novelty, the sudden punctuated forward surges of evolution and so forth. Well, every solid body in the solar system is heavily cratered. some of these craters are planet smashers. There is considerable and ever-increasing evidence that the cosmic neighborhood is fairly unstable. One of the scenarios that I've had to entertain in trying to understand the voice inside the mushroom, the time wave, the 2012 thing, and so forth and so on, is it possible that biology is somehow prescient, that biology somehow exists in eternity and knows the fate of the planet, and that what we are is a desperate strategy of escape, and that the planet actually can sense the possibility of a complete life-destroying asteroidal impact. And so a species, a bipedal monkey with binocular vision, has been led into the antechamber of nature's secrets in order to build machineries and unleash energies sufficient to either deflect that incoming object or flee the planet in anticipation of it. I think life is tremendously tenacious and has an immense capacity to organize itself to meet any crisis, provided it knows it's coming. And, there are scars on this planet, enormous scars. There's a scar 1.5 billion years old on the Canadian shield that is twice the size of the lunar crater Copernicus. This thing that came down 50,000 years ago out near Flagstaff, Arizona, that was a tiny object. It was something like 30 meters across. It was moving 9 times the speed of a rifle bullet. It was 6 miles into the Earth in the first second of impact. Everything within 800 miles died instantly. And this was a nothing burger, this thing. An object 500 meters across the planet would ring like a gong for 10,000 years. And the thing at the KT boundary, the thing which killed the dinosaurs, they now believe they have the impact point. Oh, in fact, this is interesting, and it reflects on our psychedelic mix. They've searched the planet for the impact point of the KT killer, whatever it was, and now they've located it, and ground zero is at a little town called Progreso on the northern coast of Yucatan. At the time of the impact, the entire area was a shallow ocean. But what I find eerie about the location of this impact point is 65 million years afterwards, on this exact spot, a civilization will arise obsessed with the end of time and determined to give a date to it. I mean, it's within 110 miles of Chichen Itza. It's near Zebel Chaltun. It's right in the heart of classic Maya country. So it's almost as though, the question that I would like to have you leave here with is, a new appreciation of how hard it is to figure out what is going on. I mean, what is going on? It's very easy to smooth it all out and say, that the Pentagon runs it all and so forth and so on. But once you start digging, I mean, the world is a labyrinth, a sponge of interconnected labyrinthine interstices, the weirdest connections. Who knew who and what they were doing about it. And then, these reports that come in, and some are false and some are true, but the sum total of it all is to paint a picture of excruciating weirdness. And people are just not pushing the right buttons. I mean, I guarantee you take 5 dried grams of psilocybin in silent darkness in your own living room on a Saturday night, and, Ferdinand Magellan, move over. You will see things no one has ever seen before, and no one will ever see again. I mean, and these things are real. They have existential validity. They have the power to move hearts and change lives if we can but bring them back into the domain of the group mind, of the tribal campfire. We are surrounded by oceans of alien beauty, alien intent, bizarre ideas. I mean, I'm convinced that these things which the tykes offer in the DMT holding pen are idea systems. Ultimately, the time wave, which took me 4 years to create and requires computer assistance and all this stuff, it was just one of those things. I mean, they have closets full of this stuff, and they just pull it out and show it to you and take it away. Oh, you like that? Try this. How about this? Each one of these things, stretches the monkey mind to its limits. I am a rationalist, and yet if you press into these weird zones, you can overcome what I call the trailer court syndrome, which is, that nobody ever gets kidnapped by a flying saucer except people who live in trailer courts. You can overcome that. You, with your BA in psychology and your friendship with Rollo May, you can be kidnapped by flying saucers. Yeah.
Something about crop circles. I know. I just wondered. You mentioned that earlier, and I know these guys said that they made the crop circles.
Well, the crop circles are such fun. First of all, it is a wonderful example of my contention that the world is made of language. Because whatever the crop circles are, what they are is they are glyphs of some sort. I mean, they are designed to be seen. It would be absurd to maintain that someone was trying not to be seen. So these crop circles are to be looked at, and then radiating out from the act of looking at them, reality ripples like air above a desert highway. The UFO people who were just on the brink of seeking honest work, suddenly, this tremendous shot in the arm, everybody declares themselves a Syriologist and moves to, nobody seems to think it's, well, I don't know how much time to spend on this. No one seems to think it's weird that all of these Earth Mysteries people in England, John Michel and so forth, that this tremendous mystery just happens to be within a 3-hour drive of their front door. I mean, why isn't it happening in the steppes of Central Asia? Obviously, it seems to me, it is to be seen by the very people who would then offer an explanation of it. Rupert and I have spent a fair bit of time trying to understand the psychology behind the crop circles, and here we have come up with 2 ideas which I'll try out on you. The first thing to notice about the crop circles is that southern England is peppered with military bases, of high security military bases where nuclear weapons, cruise missiles, so forth and so on, it's all there. So now we're asked to believe that the airspace of England is being nightly violated by an agency or agencies unseen and undetectable in the very area where these nuclear weapons are stored, and we're asked to believe that the Ministry of Defense is not concerned about this. That either means that the Ministry of Defense is falling down on their job, or they must know what's going on. Well, now Jacques Vallée is the person who pioneered in the study of flying saucers. He said the way to understand flying saucers is don't ask who's inside or where do they come from. Ask what effect are they having. If you assume they are succeeding in what they want to do, then watch what they do and you will see what their purpose is. Okay, so what effect are the crop circles having? Well, what they have done is they are a magnet for the fringe establishment of the British Isles to come out of the woodwork and proclaim the imminence of some great event. And they have come more and more out on this limb. And what I speculated to Rupert was that MI5, which is British intelligence, it's possible that they could actually view the New Age as a resurgence of paganism that threatens the Christian establishment of Anglican England. And so what they have done is they've created a disinformation program. They will lure all these people out onto this limb where they are all saying, couldn't be done by human beings, absolutely beyond the power of science to explain. And then they will reveal a team of MI5 folks who say, watch, we'll do it for world TV. You people are all flakes. You should never have gained the power in this society that you have. And now you do have to go find honest work.
There were those two guys who...
Those two, yeah, they seemed like that. Well, so then we came up with a yet more elaborate theory, which I somewhat prefer. The only country that has really taken an interest in these crop circles, other than the English themselves, are the Japanese. And this has gotten immense coverage in Japan, in the popular press. And when you go to these crop circles, the number of Japanese is astonishing because it has been written into all these tours apparently, and it's a photographic subject and it's very au courant and so forth, so it's a big deal. So what I suggested to Rupert was MITI, which is the Ministry of Trade and Industry, is obviously carrying on a clandestine project in the study of semiotics, in the study of the Western mind and how it relates to the manipulation of certain symbols, because they are in charge of marketing and advertising and creating marketing psychology in Japan. So what I think we're dealing with here is a ultra-clandestine team of ninja stem snappers who pose as Japanese tourists and television crews and so forth, and then at the drop of a hat can flash into this Zen stem snapping mode and create these things, and the press that it generates and the discussion provides a very deep index into the English mind. Notice how eerily appealing to the English mind this is, and it's possible that you can extend this to the cattle mutilations of a few years ago in the Midwest, because the relationship of cattle mutilations in the lonely western prairie under a crescent moon, the relationship of that image to the American mystique of the lonesome cowboy and the gunfight at the OK Corral and all that is eerily similar to the relationship of the English mind to its earth mysteries out there on the Salisbury Plain. So I think it's a human agency, and that therefore it's some kind of a disinformation project. It's very interesting that these two guys came forward because it completely shifted the argument from this no human being could possibly do it to they couldn't have possibly done all of them. It was like a deep defensive mood, and I was amazed at the vehemence of people in England because I thought it was good fun and that you could talk to anybody about it and talk about the Ministry of Trade and Industry and MI5 and people were like, they were shocked at my lack of sensitivity to the emerging messages from the telluric depths of the suffering earth. Hey, maybe it's happening, but I was raised in the tradition of Occam's razor, which says hypotheses should not be multiplied without necessity, and I saw no necessity of reaching out to that.
You're listening to the Psychedelic Salon, where people are changing their lives one thought at a time.
Until near the end, when Terence got into his rap about the ninja stem snappers, well, I was thinking that he was going to leave us on a real downer with all of his talk about asteroid impacts and things like that, which, of course, is probably even more topical today than it was back in 1992 when this recording was made. But his tongue-in-cheek crop circle theories got him back to where, early on in this talk, he said,
I should make it clear, I don't believe this stuff.